space in the front seats here. Thank you. Okay. Please, yes. Please, sir. Try to come. Yeah, please, thank you. So, good morning, buongiorno. My name is Leorith and I am from the Italian Trade Agency and I welcome all of you to the Italy country session. We have a very exciting session lined up today. We will begin with an introductory talk from our wonderful Consul General, Alfonso Tagliaferri, followed by an introduction about what ITA does in India by our Director of Italian Trade Agency, Mumbai, Mr. Andrea Kotrocki. Followed by, I will be giving a presentation about, a little more detail about, Invest in Italy, incentives offered and other opportunities. And followed by a very interesting panel discussion, which will be moderated by my colleague, Ms. Mrinalini Kumar, who runs the FTI unit at the Italian Trade Agency in Mumbai office. So it's going to be an exciting session, and I hope you all are also looking forward to it. Perfect. So let's begin. Well, the agenda for the session is going to be more, it's a mixed bag that we have here today. We're going to talk, of course, about Invest in Italy, but there are also, a few Italian companies that are around with us, and they are looking to, enter the Indian market. So we'll have some interactions with them as well today. They're going to share, what are the kind of opportunities that are looking to, have, especially maybe in the Karnataka state. Because we are at Invest Karnataka the last 3 days. So let's begin with the first introductory talk, and it's my pleasure to invite Consul General Alfonso Tagliaferri to give us a brief introduction, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yelerigo Namaskara, for the Kannadigas of you, Namaskara Sab, and buongiorno, good morning. So, thank you for letting me talk first. I would just like to start from briefly from the big picture of Italy and India and delve a little bit more into the particulars, and then letting the Italian Trade Agency to specify more things in detail. So the big picture, I would say that Italy and India are definitely on the right track of bilateral relations. You might have heard here and there this hashtag melody, which is beyond the social media, is really something happening. In today's geopolitical world in which personal relations are becoming more and more important, the fact that our two leaders are so aligned and they have met 5 times in the last 2 years means a lot for our two countries. But beyond the personal relations, there has been some ink on paper, some important ink on paper in the last couple of years. Italy and India signed a strategic partnership in 2023. And this was followed by a strategic action plan for the next 5 years, signed just 6 months ago at the margins of Rio de Janeiro or G20. In this plan of action, we selected the 10 areas that will be the focus of our bilateral relations, and this goes from agri-food, from tech, from energy transition, sustainable mobility, but we recently opened 2 new sections that were before more closed. You might remember the incident we had at this point already almost 10 years ago about the Marines that froze the relation for a few years. Instead now, the relations are in full steam and open to new sectors like cyber, defense, space. So last year was an exciting year for space. We signed a couple of MOUs. The president of Italian Space Agency was here. We were the country partner at the Bangalore Space Expo. We had a big exhibition on space at the Science Gallery here in Bengaluru. And then at the end of the year, we signed also an agreement on defense. It's not by chance that in the Aero Show, which is still happening, Italy was the only European country with a political presence, because our Undersecretary for Defense was here, and he had bilateral meetings with 4 different Indian officials to discuss various matters, which are, of course, still on negotiation, so I will not detail into that, but also the defense cooperation, which is also always a sensitive but a very important matter between countries, because it shows the trust and the mutual friendship that we have is in full swing. So, Italy and India, coming to the investment part, we have around 800 companies present here that employ about 50,000 Indian employees, with a global investment in India in the last around 20 years of about 6 billion euros. We also have about 2,000 Italian brands currently circulating in India. This is India, but what do we do in Karnataka in particular? Well, in Karnataka, out of these 750, 800 companies, we have about 80 plus companies, so a tenth of them. So a good concentration if you think there are 28 regions, 28 states. So 80 plus companies currently present. Some of them are looking at expansion. For example, Bieste, which is a giant in wood and glass cutting, Streparava, which is into powertrains for big companies like Ferrari, etc. Clima Veneta, which is the fastest growing company in AC manufacturing in India. But other companies are coming from Italy and have announced big investments. We have here Near Group, we just announced an investment of 200 million euros in Mangalore, and they are into ecological, let's say, building materials. We have Nanotech, an Italian cutting-edge technology company in, of course, nanoparticles that just stepped in the country for a conference last year, and now their biggest client worldwide is already in India, so they're announcing also investments. But we have also the traditional Italian companies like Monteferro, which does elevators, Dub pumps, of course hydraulic pumps, Slimax, which is also here today, that also is into metal tools. So also because many of you know if you're here, but you know Italy might be famous for the typical fashion, food, etc. But the core of our export is manufacturing, is precision manufacturing. So we also, I mean, what do we do in Karnataka? We also opened a consulate general. We opened officially a year and a half ago. I am the head of the mission here. We will soon have a scientific attaché that will take care of a lot of interaction that we have with Indian universities. We were just yesterday at the ISS, the Indian Institute of Science, of which 100 researchers go every year in Italy, in particular in the area of Trieste, in the electrosynchrotron, to train for free. We have many, let's say, cooperation in the sector. So, let's say, this proves that Italy keeps investing in India and in south of India in particular. But is India investing in Italy? Much less as of now. The FDI of India to Italy, it's about a staggering 1/20th of what India does in Italy and of what Italy does in India. So if we invest here 6 billion euros, India invests in Italy 300 million euros, which is really little, considering the might of this country, the pace of which you're growing, and the fact that now you are the fifth economy in the world, poised to be the third economy in the world in just a couple of years. So we said 300 million euros, 140 companies, Indian companies, are in Italy against 800 Italian companies in India. Italy is a small country, even though we are big in economy, but still, India is bigger, but still you have much less presence here. So I think there's a lot to improve, there's a lot to take advantage for India to look at Italy. Why? Why would you look at Italy? Italy is yeah, we said food, etc., but we are the second biggest manufacturer in Europe after Germany. We have a very similar, in this way, economy to Germany. Germany tends to make bigger machines. We tend to make more smaller and more precision, let's say, bespoke machineries. So the second in Europe and the fifth in the world manufacturer. And then we have many excellences. We are the biggest producer worldwide of, for example, of yachting, luxury yachts. We are the second largest exporter in the world for footwear. The first in Europe in the field of design and luxury and furniture. The second in pharma. We are very big in pharmaceutical production. But we are strong in many sectors. In space, for example, I just mentioned, one of the few countries that can do everything from space to defense. In cloud computing, we are the first in Europe, you would think. So, plus we have a lot of incentives. We have a huge special economic zone just created in the south of Italy. Basically, all south of Italy, since they're still a little bit lagging behind in terms of economy, Italy in this way is a little bit of the flip side of India. The south of Italy has a bit like lower rates in terms of development, GDP, literacy, science, etc. So to boost it, we created a special economic zone in all the south of Italy, not little pockets. We have put in place some incentive for the mobility. So there is a special investor visa. So if you invest beyond certain thresholds, you are able to live in Italy. But I will not delve into the particular because we have here the Italian Trade Agency that will make it clear the different incentives one by one. So let me conclude saying that, quoting that made in Italy is the second, McKinsey said that is the second most valued brand in the world after Visa. So if Italy, as I mentioned, is investing heavily is believing in the Make in India program by President Modi, I think that India should also embrace and take advantage of the Made in Italy brand. Have a fruitful conversation today. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Consul General. That was a wonderful talk, and I think it gave us a very good understanding of, what are the other sectors that are really booming in Italy and the ones that we're not even aware of. So thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite the Director of Italian Trade Agency in Mumbai, Mr. Andrea Quattrocchi, to give us his presentation. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Consul Tagliaferri. He already told almost everything what needs to be said for today's day. Thank you for coming so numerous today. As said, so I'm the Director of Italian Trade Agency in Mumbai, which is the trade promotion section of the Consulate General there, and I'm here since December 2021. The Italian Trade Agency, acronym ITA, not to be confused with ITA Airways. The only thing that we have in common is we also fly very high with our ambitions to make great business between our two wonderful countries. The Italian Trade Agency is the governmental agency that supports the business development of our companies abroad and promotes the attraction of foreign investment in Italy. The agency was established in 1926, so next year we are going to celebrate our first 100 years. With a motivated and modern organization and a widespread network of offices all over the world, ITA provides information, assistance, consulting, and promotion and training to Italian small and medium-sized business, which are our privileged partner. Of course, we are also available for bigger companies, of course. Using the most modern multi-channel promotion and communication tools, it acts to assert the excellence of Made in Italy in the world. And as Consul General already said, the Made in Italy, it's not only the 3F, food, furniture, and fashion, but so much more. The Italian Trade Agency promotes through a worldwide network of 79 offices in 65 countries. And in India, we have an office in New Delhi, which acts as coordinating office for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. The Mumbai office, as already told, and the Mumbai office. To underline the growing importance of the Indian market, and especially of Karnataka and the southern states of India, after the opening of the Consulate General, we opened at the beginning of last year, of 2024, a desk within the Consulate General, headed by Mr. Tagliaferri. The Italian Trade Agency is the ideal and first gateway for every enterprises, both Italian willing to enter the Indian market and to establish a solid relationship with Indian partners, and Indian willing to establish business relationship with Italian partners, from sourcing Italian products to investment opportunities in Italy. And actually, as already told, among the different activities of the Italian Trade Agency, a growing role plays the attraction of foreign investment in Italy. And therefore, we established in our two offices, in our offices of New Delhi and Mumbai, an FDI desk to help this activity, to develop this activity. And in the Mumbai office operate as FDI analyst my colleague, Mrinalini Kumar, which later will moderate the panel discussion. Our FDI desks operates in constant relationship with the Foreign Investment Attraction Department in our head office in Rome, which is a dedicated unit for facilitating the establishment and the development of foreign companies in Italy. The department's main activities focus on promoting business opportunities, helping foreign investors, supporting investors throughout the investment's life cycle, offering high-level tutoring service for existing strategic investments. More details and deeper insights about the single activities will be now introduced to you by my colleague of our Bengaluru desk, Leo Retelia, to whom I'm glad to leave now the floor. Thanks you all for your attention. I hope you'll have interesting hints for your relationship with Italy and Italian companies.
All right. I am here again. So let's maybe dive straight into the topic of the day, Invest in Italy. I would like to give more details on, what are the offers and opportunities that are there in the country. Perfect. Italy is one of the most attractive investment destinations in Europe, with FDI stocks reaching $493.5 billion in 2023. It's a 7.5% increase from 2022. While global investment inflows saw a downturn, Italy remained resilient, ranking 9th in Europe and 25th globally in FDI inflows. Well, the key takeaway here is that international investors are betting on Italy's future. Well, these are the countries, what are the kind of jobs that are created? Well, to answer this question, well, Italy is a global leader across multiple sectors. It's the third largest economy in the Eurozone, world's 6th largest exporter, and 2nd largest European manufacturer. Well, it's not just about the size, but also about excellence. Italy leads in various sectors, if I may share a few with you. In pharma and in biotech, Italy is 2nd in Europe, and with around 52% export surge in 5 years. As Consul General mentioned that we all know that Italy is a global hub in luxury and fashion and craftsmanship. It's also a largest exporter of wine globally. Another very important thing that we should also know that it's a strategic location, which gives you a very easy access to not only Europe, but also the Middle East and Africa. There are a lot of good investments that are, also flowing in the innovation and the R&D, segment as well, wherein Italy ranks 10th globally for innovation effectiveness. There's a strong talent pool with, competitive labor cost also available in the country. I think we can, of course, meet offline after this session and, give you more details about that as well, because each region in Italy and its sectors, there are different opportunities available, and we'll be happy to share that details with you. The country's reputation as a business-friendly nation is growing as it ranks 5th globally in the nation's brand index, with 88% of foreign-controlled companies confident in its future attractiveness. Well, don't take my word for it. All the global brands that continue to expand their Italian presence benefit from skill talent, innovation, and market access in the country. If I were to talk about a little bit on the incentives that are being offered, again, I'm going to briefly touch on that. We offer some tax exemptions on capital investments and R&D. There are some interesting grants that have been offered for high-tech and sustainable businesses for, Industry 5.0. There is a green transition funds that's been offered. For SME and for the startup support, there is zero interest loans and innovation grants also being offered. Like I said earlier, that maybe we could, meet offline and discuss this in detail. We are present at the country booth at number 12, where we can meet offline and discuss more in detail. So, so Italy and India share a very strong and an evolving partnership thanks to both the prime ministers of the country. The joint strategic action plan that was discussed focuses on the economic and the investment growth. The other focus is also on the sustainable mobility and energy transition. And the sectors that are major focus are food and agriculture, infrastructure, aerospace, semiconductor, and many more, as mentioned here. I'll just try to, probably share a few, success stories with you. These are the few companies that we have listed here. There are very few, and there are many more companies that have invested in Italy. But let me share a quick note about these two companies with you. A few years ago, when this Indian company set its sight on Europe, and Italy wasn't the obvious, first choice. The market, at that time was unique. You understand the business culture is very different. The digital transformation was, just evolving in Italy. But instead of waiting for the right, perfect moment, this company, just dived in and, started building relationships. I'm talking about Infosys. They established delivery centers, hired local talent, work closely with Italian businesses to digitally, transform operations. And today, Infosys serves some of Italy's biggest brands across banking, retail, and manufacturing, proving that with the right strategy, an Indian company can thrive in Italy. There are many more examples, and I'm sure when, followed by this presentation, we have a session, that will be moderated by my colleague, Mrinalini. There'll be a few more case studies that will be shared in the session as well. So I'd like to quickly conclude my session. The introduction was already given by the director, Mr. Andrea Cotrocchi, that what Italian Trade Agency does. But we are here. If you have any sort of, assistance that you may require, you can reach out to us anytime. And, either you're looking to identify potential partners, navigating regulations, or to setting up your business operations smoothly, we'll be here to assist you. I'll just quickly also tell you about a few activities that are planning. I think this has already been covered. Mr. Kotroke mentioned that we have our office in Delhi and Mumbai and the desk in Bangalore, which I look after. Yeah, so I'll just maybe skip this slide. But I wanted to really highlight upon the activities that were planned in this year. We are planning, there are some sectors that we are focusing on, which is in green hydrogen, renewable energy, EV, biotechnology, fintech, and a B2G roadshow is also lined up this year in multiple cities, also having some, periodic webinars. We are also going to have an investor delegation that will be planned to visit to Italy to some of the startup events this year as well. So if you're ready to take the next step, please let's meet offline after this session and let's take the discussion forward. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Maybe set up the tables. We can do the introduction till then while everyone is setting the table and share.
Yeah, but I think even that function needs to be because I want to call the panelists one because I don't want them to be clueless and check. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Consul General Alfonso Tagliaferri, for your introductory remarks, and Dr. Quattrocchi, as always, to back us up and speak more about the Italian Trade Agency, and my colleague, Leorit Elia, who has briefed you on what we do as Italian Trade Agency in India. Right now, we will begin our panel discussion, which is going to be 30 to 40 odd minutes of engaging conversation, exploring how Indian companies are leveraging Italy's economic landscape to grow and expand their business across Europe. We will be hearing firsthand from the industry leaders who have made Italy a crucial part of their global strategy, while at the same time, we also will get to hear 3 Italian companies who have decided to make Karnataka as their base, and hearing from them what led them to choose Karnataka. So without further ado, I think I would like to request the panelists to please get on the stage. Mr. Vijay Agashe, Head of Strategy and Chief of Staff from STL Optical Networking. Mr. Fabio Fedel, Managing Director from Silmax Group. Mr. Nipun Sani, Vice President, International Business Development from Tejas Networks. Mr. Nitik Ratnakar, Director and Architect, UA and Italy from Mir Group. Followed by Mr. Giuseppe Galimberti, CEO, Nanotech Italia. So now that they're on the stage, I think we can start with the session. Italy. Check. Yeah. Italy is not just a country of great culture, history, and cuisine. It's also a dynamic economic player in the European Union. With its strategic location in the heart of the Mediterranean, Italy is at the crossroads of global trade routes and offers access to market over 600 million people in the Europe alone. But beyond its geographical advantage, Italy is also home to robust manufacturing, cutting-edge technology sectors, and growing ecosystem for innovation and digital transformation. In the recent years, Italy has seen a surge in foreign investments, especially in technology, manufacturing, and green energy. The government has introduced several initiatives to attract foreign businesses, from tax incentives to infrastructural development. It's a land of opportunities for companies looking to scale their operations in Europe. So good morning, one and all again. This is Mrinalini Kumar, head of the Italian Trade Agency, FDI desk in Mumbai, and we are here to speak about why Italy and also why India. So I would like to take this opportunity to quickly request the panelists to kindly give the audience a brief introduction about yourself. your organization and what you do in Italy and also in India, wherever you're present. So in no particular order, please start here.
Hello. Yeah, maybe I can start. Good morning, everyone. This is Vijay Agashe. I lead the corporate strategy at Sterlite Technology Limited. We are mainly into manufacturing of optical fiber cable and copper cables. And this is our main association with Italy. Italy is our largest base outside India. We are one of the top cable and copper manufacturers in entire Europe. That plant is the biggest. So looking forward to the panel discussion, and Italy is a very strategic asset for us, both in terms of manufacturing capability as well as serving our customers. So looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Fabio?
Hello, good morning. My name is Fabio Fedel from Silmax. Silmax is an Italian producer of metal cutting tools for high-tech machinery. Our tools play an important role to increase the productivity of machinery. To increase the productivity of the machinery, it's important two things. First of all, the quality and the know-how of the tools, and Silmax Group has 200 years of history. And also it's important the way you use the tools, because the way of machinery is infinity options. And it needs some fantasy, and we are Italians, so we put a lot of fantasy in figure out new ways, new solutions to produce the tools that should, the pieces that should be done using these mechanical tools.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Italian team, for inviting us here. Great pleasure to be here at Invest Karnataka. My name is Nipun Sahani. I work for a company called Tejas Networks. It's a telecom equipment company. In fact, it's the first startup to IPO a deep technology company story out of India. This company was founded in the year 2000, went through multiple rounds of VC fundings, eventually went for an IPO in 2017. And 2021, we became a part of the Tata Group. So Tata Group took majority stake in Tejas in 2021. And what we do, we actually design and manufacture state-of-the-art wireline and wireless equipment, telecom equipment that powers all the telecom networks. We've been doing this for 2.5 decades. All these products are designed in India, manufactured in India, software, hardware, manufacturing, the whole 9 yards. And of course, we are now on a stint to expand our footprint internationally. Italy happens to be the first country in Europe, which is why I'm also here, where we set up our base. So that's about Tejas. Quickly, what do I do in Tejas? I'm responsible for the Europe region in Tejas, and I wear 2 hats actually. So one of the responsibilities is setting up the base for Tejas in Europe. And the second is, since we are a part of the Tata Group, there are a lot of sister companies with a lot of synergies like TCS, Tata Communication, Tata Steel. There are 29 listed companies within the Tata Group. So working with those Tata Group companies to find synergies, common grounds, joint go-to-market is the second piece of my remit within Tejas. And yeah, that's it for an introduction. More about me. I mean, before Tejas, so I've been a telecom guy for last more than 2 decades. Before that, I used to be in semiconductor area, run design services. So thank you once again. Pleasure to be here and look forward to a very engaging discussion.
Namaskara ellarigu. This is Nitik Ratnakar, and thank you Italian team for inviting me for the panel discussion. And it's my pleasure to be a part of Global Investor Meet 2025. So I'm a Kannadiga, where have been in Italy since 7 years. So I'm the director of MIR Group, Italy. So we are into energy efficient building construction and management, where we have transformed almost 120 buildings and made them energy efficient by almost 80%. So with the offices in Switzerland and UAE, now we are also putting our foot in India as well, where we are also setting up with a sustainable innovative industrial district, which will be focused only on carbon neutrality. So, and also we are coming up with the development in Kosovo, which is East Europe as well. So this is much about our company. So thank you once again.
Hi, good morning. My name is Giuseppe Galimberti. I'm founder and CEO of Nanotech. Nanotech, as the General Counsel said before, is an Italian company that is focusing on advanced composite materials. We do these high-tech materials that are used in automotive. We supply all the Formula One team, which is a key fact. We are doing a lot in the aerospace, where definitely India is picking up quite nicely. Of course, I came here first time 2 years ago. I got fascinated by the opportunity, and as of that time, we started to work with the India ecosystem. Our best customer is already an Indian counterpart, and we are about to open a subsidiary in a couple of months, and very likely soon a manufacturing facility here. So that's the goal. Again, on the company is a fast-growing scale-up and targeting high-end application, as I said, automotive and aerospace in particular. So thanks for having me here, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your brief introduction. I think to kickstart the discussion, as an Indian company that has invested in Italy, Tejas Networks, Mr. Nipun, I would like to ask you that when the whole world is moving towards the east, what in your opinion are the advantages of moving to Italy? And what sort of opportunities do you see for Indian companies that are shifting their base to Italy, or establishing another subsidiary in Italy? So if you can just give us some insights on that.
Yeah, I mean, surely. To your point of the whole world moving to east, I would like to put it that right now there is some kind of a global reconfiguration going on. There is a new shape of the world that is emerging, and yes, there is a lot of growth in the east, but for companies like Tejas, we see a lot of opportunity in the west, even though there is this debate about is Europe growing? Probably 0.5%, 1%, not that much. But for a company like us, which does not have any presence in Europe today, it's a huge opportunity in that region. A larger company which has already established base, they would probably grow linearly in line with the GDP growth of a country. But for us, Europe is generally a very large market. So maybe I'll answer it in two parts. So why Europe, and then within Europe, why Italy, right? So why Europe? I mean, so one is, of course, it's a huge untapped opportunity market for us. Secondly, in the field of telecom technology, security is becoming more and more paramount and critical. Trust and security is very crucial. If your communication network, if the data gets siphoned out or data breaches, it's very, very serious concern. And because of that, started with the US, then trickled into UK, and now even European Union is banning some of the suspect manufacturers and some of the suspect countries whom they do not have a trust with. So this sort of global, tailwind is something which is a big opportunity for companies like Tejas because we produce these products in India. We are very transparent. Our approach with the product design, hardware, software, and openness of our products, talking to third-party products, and openness with respect to opening our product, technology, all of that is a lot more compared to some of the other vendors. So there is, second point is because of this security and trust theme which has become so dominant in the European Union, even in Italy, where the Italian government has been exercising their golden power to veto some of these things. So that is why we really have a mandate to grow our presence in Europe. Now, within Europe, why Italy? I mean, when we decided to step up in Europe, it was very clear that we had to go in one of the bigger economies. So we didn't want to go to, there are 28, 29 EU countries, big and small. We were very clear that we wanted to go into one of the bigger economies. Italy is, after Germany and France, top 3. I think Italy is a huge economy, huge base. So that, because when you're investing in a new country, you're thinking long term. You're not thinking 1, 2, 3. You're thinking like 10, 15, 20 years. So that was one. And second was more coincidental that our first large customer win in the European region. Typically, when any Indian company expands in Europe, IT companies, technology companies, they would look at like a UK or a Germany or a Netherlands. But in our case, our first major win for a pan-Italian network happened to be in Italy. And this customer was a very key customer for us. They needed a lot of support locally, and we wanted to delight them. We didn't want to just meet their requirement, but we wanted to delight them because we wanted to create this customer as a showcase, as a showroom for all the other European customers to come and see. So that was the second reason why we chose Italy as the place. And to your last question, last part of your question about opportunities for Indian companies in Italy, I would say that if you have a product which is proven, if you have a unique advantage, if you think something that you have very unique, I mean, you should think of going international, and within international, we've had a very good experience in Italy and Europe. So if you are considering Europe, Italy may be a very good option. And to top it all, besides Italy as a country, and we've heard all good things about Italy from the Consul General and Mr. Quattrocchi and others. But I would say that what I would like to add on top of that is the Italian team in India is super and stellar. They are very helpful, very accessible. Anything, they can't resolve every problem because I know that there's government departments involved and there's a lot of complications. But whenever we go to them, they are very supportive and helpful. So if you are expanding your footprint into Italy, do make sure that you leverage and take help from this stellar Indian team.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nipun, and thank you for talking about Italian Trade Agency and letting them know how we can support them and about the opportunities that lie in Italy. I think along the same lines, I would like to take this discussion further with Mr. Vijay from STL. So whenever I talk to investors about expansion into Europe, I have seen that Italy has not been their first choice when they want to move to Europe. So, and according to me, I think platforms like this, Invest Karnataka, is a good place to sensitize people on, why Italy and what are the competitive advantages Italy can offer. So, to get more insights for the audience, I would just like to know how has your expansion into Italy helped you grow your business? And, or else better said, how can Indian companies leverage Italy as a gateway to their European expansion, European markets? So can you please shed some light on that?
Yeah, sure. Let me begin by setting some context about our company. As Nipun said, we are also into high-tech telecom manufacturing. Our journey with Italy began back in 2018, 2019, where we entered the market via inorganic route. We acquired a local cable manufacturer over there in Brescia. And since then, we have grown the capacity of that company 5x. So 5x in last 7 to 8 years. So that is the kind of growth which we have seen in Italy. And further to Nipun's point, this is what I would also recommend that, look, scaling up, at least for us, was quite easy in terms of all the regulation, all the support we got. The business environment we found was quite helpful. So following up on the first acquisition in 2021, we made another acquisition on the similar scope in the telecom equipment company. So far it has scaled up quite well. The kind of support which we have got from the local government, as well as finding the talent over there. Because see, what happens is we are into high-tech manufacturing. So it's important that we find the local customer as well as the local talent. So you're talking from both the ends, supply as well as the demand. And this is something which we could crack in Italy. For example, in the slides before, they were referring to the huge investment in infrastructure, transportation, and moving to mobility. And we kind of support all these segments. So Italian Rail, for example, is investing 10 billion euros in modifying their railway network, and we are supporting them with latest products to help them expand the signaling system along with our copper products. So this is the kind of path which we see forward, and that makes us comfortable and in investing as well as acquiring talent from the Italian market. So those would be my 2 cents on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay, for your insights. I think now that we have spoken to both the Indian companies that have expanded to Italy, I think I would like to start with Mr. Fabio, as he is an Italian who is setting up a base in Karnataka. So, given Silmax is a leader in making specialty cutting tools for over 200 years, I would just like to know what made you choose India, as India is just the third country that you're present in apart from your headquarters in Piemonte in Italy and also China. So just want to know like what helped you come down to India?
Yeah, as you said, we have production capacity in Italy, in Switzerland for micro tools. You know, the Swiss are good for micro tools because of the swatch, and in China. And now we decide also, from a strategic point of view, we are looking for growth rates. We are a small multinational. So to enter, to go abroad is difficult for a small company. And for these reasons, we decide to find out growth rates. And India has incredible growth rate in the industries in which we are specialized, because we work a lot in aerospace, general mechanic, but also medical and other industries that are they use specific materials. So the decision was made, so we are in India since 10 years. And we are in Bangalore since then with the sales team. But we decided also to open the facility because, first of all, it's important for us, the customer proximity. We work a lot on find out the right solutions for our customers. We propose us as productivity partners. So you have to be there. You have to be quick and give them the solutions. So to have an hub, a productive hub here, it's important. Then also it's a fact of leanness, of cost, in managing the producing of tools, because it's a competitive industry. We are talking about productivity, so you should be yourself very productive in a certain way. And the third, but not less important, is a matter of innovation and people. I have to say that Indian people has a level of knowledge and capability that is impressive. We love our team, and they are great people. Also, there is a good cultural fit. Yesterday, I brought all the team to Italian restaurants that was managed by an Indian, the Italian restaurant. So it was a really good fit, and it works well.
Perfect. I'm so happy to know that you find India as a very good market for your sort of business. So I think continuing the conversation with Mr. Nithik from Mir Group, you know, I, as someone who helps Indian businesses expand to Italy, I often get asked by my investors that, you know, there are so many factors they take into consideration before they set up a base in another country. For instance, could be the availability of talent, could be the proximity to ports and, you know, the logistics reasons of it, the availability of power, and, you know, to name a few. So given that you have chosen a location like Karnataka, just wanted to understand the place that you chose to set your business up in. So what led you to Karnataka? Like, I mean, what are the factors that worked in your favor to be setting up something here?
So in the beginning, so actually our plans was to set up. Actually, our plan was to set up manufacturing facilities in Dubai. So then what had happened is this was our company plan. So, but I somehow convinced them on saying how the geographical advantage of Karnataka, especially Mangalore, where everything, okay, sorry. So where you have a port access, and Mangalore port is one among the cheapest port, and also the road network from where we can export anything easily through Mangalore was our first consideration. And main thing is we are into real estate development and also providing building solutions. So we thought, why don't we get into manufacturing as well, where we produce this energy efficient building materials. And to get into that, the Mangalore was a zone where Mangalore Special Economic Zone was one among the zones suited for our development, because one thing is you have a single window clearance there, so you don't have GST, and also there's no import duty on any materials which will be imported from Italy as a raw material. So we thought, why don't we go with this manufacturing unit? And also government, Indian Karnataka government has been more supportive on this, where they have been promising with more of ease process for the administrative and other regulation policies. And also India has a lot of incentive policies for renewable manufacturing. So probably this is the main reason where we landed up in India, especially in Karnataka.
Yeah, I think one thing to be noted is that you have moved into Mangalore SEZ, and as someone who works for the government of Italy, we are also promoting all the Italian special economic zones. So this is a good starting point for people to know what are the kind of opportunities that lie in a special economic zone. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Nithik. And I think from the traditional businesses that are present here, let's move on to startup here, Mr. Giuseppe. Who is entering the Indian market with a startup, and I think you are the right person to give perspective more on this. So India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, but Italy is just among between 30 to 40, 31st rank or something. So I just would like to know that how do you perceive this piece of information, and what do you think can be done to bridge the gap between both the ecosystems?
Yeah. That's a tough question. True is a fact that India is the third and Italy is the 31st or something like that. However, the two countries shares a lot of similarity and a lot of complementarities. The major similarity is the fact that both have a very strong and widespread entrepreneurship spirit. Italy, as you might know, it's made of like small and medium-sized company, particularly family-owned, so everybody is an entrepreneur in a way. India is the same. I can see that in the street, local shops, everywhere. Everybody has that. So that's a similarity. Other than that, there are complementarities. What probably India can give is the growth, the scale, and the aspiration, something that we don't have anymore in the Western countries, especially the aspirational thing. And this is a big drive and brings India to the third largest startup hub. However, Italy has something that can complement that, which is creativity, that spirit, the design that helps creating something from scratch. And this is exactly where the two things can be combined. That's the perfect, in my opinion, bridge between the two. One thing that I usually say to my colleague in Italy, to the entrepreneur, is that if they don't come here, they cannot see that. And as much as it is quite obvious, being lazy, staying there, it won't help. So it's important to travel. It's important to come here. It's important to see what I've seen just a couple of years ago. More than with a traveler spirit, with a wanderer spirit. You don't have an exact destination to reach, but that's where you have to see the things. And let me allow me also to use like a famous quote from Steve Jobs, the connecting the dots. Most of the people focus on the ability of connecting the dots. However, I think that the most important thing is having the dots. And the only way to have the dots is to come and see them, collect them. That's the best way. The more dots you have, the easier it is to connect. So that's what I learned, and I'm so happy to be here.
Brilliant. I mean, thank you so much for that, because I think this was important for me to get to know from your perspective, because we as both the governments, I mean, we signed the India-Italy Startup Bridge back in 2023 during one of the G20 meetings that both the PMs were a part of. So great to hear from you. It's just less than 5 minutes to go, but quickly I would like to ask Going back to Mr. Nithik, I think Mr. Nithik and Fabio can answer this question. Going a few months back in time, when you were in the decision-making phase of entering India and more specifically Karnataka, what were your expectations from this state, more so from an FDI perspective, because Mr. Nithik spoke about why Karnataka, you spoke about why India, but what were your expectations when you were trying to make an entry into India and specifically Karnataka?
Yes, to find an environment where it's easy to set up a company being a small multinational. So here in Karnataka, we found an area that where a lot of our customers were there. It's close to here, close to the airport, it's an aerospace area, and we found a place to be there. So that's the main reasons. Besides that, so it was an easy choice. We were, at the very first beginning, we were in Hyderabad, then we moved 10 years ago to be here. It was a good choice. Besides that, also because of the people. And we have the right people, some companies build up a branch abroad just because, also in a small village, because they have the right people that live in the small village. We are lucky to have good people here in Bangalore, in this area, so we are working on that. Well, I have to say, I would like also to say that also the incentives, the fiscal incentive would be important. We would like that, but there are some limits, because some of these incentives are much far from Bangalore. So when you are, if I understood well, so when you are a small multinational, you have to balance the different risks. The risk, first of all, is to keep people happy. And you cannot go in the countryside because you have the incentives there. So you have to find out the place where the people is. And this is also probably, it could be something that could be considered when you define the incentives for the foreign companies to come here. Also consider the size of the investment that can be done. For a small company, for us to have incentives in an area close to Bangalore, it's important.
All right, Mr. Nithik, quickly, if you want to give some expectations from Karnataka.
So as we all know that Italy was the first country which has come up with strong measures for on carbon neutrality goals. So which made us work more towards energy efficient building construction and management. So we thought how we could bridge the gap between two countries and get the manufacturing expertise from Italy and utilize the same here in India, so that we can work towards the carbon neutrality goals together. And since now even India is growing more towards the carbon neutrality goals, so taking example of Italy would be much more right thing to do to get into more towards carbon neutrality. And as we all know that Italy focus more on the aesthetic value of any structure or any building, we can implement the same in India, where any building can be aesthetically beautiful, but also be carbon efficient, carbon neutral, more energy efficient. So this, we want to create a sort of a benchmark through this sustainable innovative district, create a benchmark for all carbon neutral developments. So, and create these sort of thing, I think would be much better where a subcontinent like India would come up with.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nithik. I would quickly like to ask Mr. Nipun and Mr. Vijay about a crucial point. A lot of my investors often ask me what it is like to do business in Italy, because Italy primarily is not an Anglophone country, and they would like to know how is the culture, how is the integration, and is not knowing Italian a problem in Italy. So I think I would like you to answer that, Mr. Nipun. And to Mr. Vijay, a continuing point is that I think you already touched base upon the availability of talent in Italy. So if you can just elaborate a bit more on that quickly, it would be great here.
Okay, so let me answer the first part of it. No, we didn't have much challenge in Italy because of the language, mainly because we are actually a high technology kind of a company. It's not a very labor intensive or that kind of business that we are in. So all the people that we interact with mostly knew English. Our teams actually we put some Indian Indian origin people who have worked in our company, who know our product and technology very deeply, and we put them sort of tied in the back, these guys along with local Italians. So we had a local Italian team as well as our customer team, with whom this Indian team works very, very closely, day in and day out, very deep interactions. One thing we also did is, besides virtual interactions, video meetings and all that, we made sure that we had 8 or 10 people who were on rotation, traveling to Italy very regularly, just because, it's not just the business or the technology, but it's also about people and understanding the culture and the nuances. And as they say, when in Rome, do as Romans do. So you need to go to Rome. So we did have a lot of people going to Rome. And more broadly, I would say anybody who's to, expand outside India, whether English speaking or non-English speaking country. I mean, culture is a nuance that we better understand. I mean, if we want to go to a new country and do business, we better understand their people, their language, their, all the nuances of their ecosystem, because we have to be part of them to be able to do business with them. So not specifically Italy, but anywhere internationally, if you have to go and expand your footprint, you better learn the language, culture, whether English speaking or non-English speaking. We had some challenges when we were setting up the company in terms of legal and paperwork and, understanding Italian law, but we were able to overcome those issues by taking help of some consultants, etc.
All right, brilliant. Mr. Vijay, before we close the session, because I think we are already above the time limit, so.
I'll keep it quick. On the talent side, 3 quick points. One, the young talent. Right now we are getting good technology talent from the university. We are in the Lombardy area, so I get specific feedback from my plant head that young talent coming in either for internship or for initial recruitment is quite good. Second, what we find very good is that people can do a lot of multitasking. See, it's a very mundane point, but a very important one when you are doing manufacturing on 2 different areas. So let's say high-end copper cable as well as the optical fiber manufacturing. Because of the cyclicality of the business, you need to be able to swap the skills between the 2 sides. And this is something which we find very important and attractive in the talent. Last but not the least, my plant manager just yesterday gave me an input. Just to prove this with an example, there is a truck driver who's now become a hero in that plant because that guy can drive a forklift. When he's actually going, he's doing all the forklift stuff. He's also driving minivan. So when there is a high demand from customers, that the same person is able to do the delivery and save on the logistic cost. So these are sort of the minor but very critical points from a talent perspective when you're doing high-end manufacturing, which are critical. And then these are the points we are able to manage quite well in our plant.
All right, thank you so much. I mean, panelists, as much as the session has been so engaging, it's very difficult for me to say that we are crossed the time limit, but quickly, just as a word or a phrase, if you were to sum up what doing business in India is to the Italian people and also what doing business in Italy is for the Indian people, if you can quickly sum up in a word or a phrase from each of your experience would be great, and then we can conclude the session here. Starting with
Okay, probably will be remembered as the guy that takes quotes and uses them, but that's a fabulous one. I am a Formula One fan, and there's a legendary Formula One driver, Mario Andretti, in the 70s, in the 80s, and he was used to say to his mechanics, if everything is under control, you're going slow. So don't wait that everything is going to be perfect, because it never be perfect. Go ahead with entrepreneurial spirit, and this is good, not just for Indian into Italy, but also for Italian into India. So I think that's the best way to say it. Okay.
So I just believe that you have to collaborate in order to innovate. So if we explore all the possibilities, because there are infinite possibilities, so I think that would make us work more towards innovation or anything related to nature, environment, or business. So this is what I want to wrap up with?
Yeah, no, all I like to say is we took a very unconventional, unusual decision going to Italy, and it's been a very, very pleasurable experience for us. Still early days, the story is evolving, and we are trying to run our Formula One car at the fastest pace possible without worrying about something going wrong, and looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Yeah, just in one word, I have to say that in our experience in India, you never get bored. Huh? There is something happening. So that's the main aspect. Huh? And we love it, we pursue for that, we're looking for growth. There are a lot of difficulties, but we repeat, you never get bored here.
And for us, it's easy. It's a home market. Italy is just like home for us.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, panelists. I think that was a great session. And sorry, we have no time to take questions. But in any case, please feel free to visit us at our country pavilion. We are present there. And also, you can write to us as fdi.india@ice.it. And before we conclude, I request Consul General Mr. Alfonso Tagliaferri and Dr. Andrea Quattrocchi, Director of the Mumbai Italian Trade Agency Office, to please hand over the mementos to our wonderful panelists, please. Yes, first to Mr. Giuseppe Galimberti. Thank you so much. Dr. Quattrocchi is handing over to Mr. Nitin. To Mr. Nipun.
Harriet White. I'm the Vice Consul at the Australian Consulate General in Bengaluru. I'll be the moderator for today's panel. Thank you very much for joining us on this session on Australia and Karnataka. Where are we now and what are the opportunities? I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. We have Hilary McGeechee, Australia's first Consul General in Bengaluru. Hilary is a career diplomat with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and has previously been posted to New Delhi and Berlin. We have Michelle Wade with us. Michelle represents the Australian state of Victoria as the Trade and Investment Commissioner for South Asia. Michelle has managed the Victorian government operations across South Asia since 2017. We have Vic Singh with us. Vic is an Australian Trade and Investment Commissioner for South Asia. Vic leads the Australian Trade and Investment Commission education teams across the South Asia region. We have Gavin Standen with us. Gavin is wearing two hats today. He is an executive at Telstra, Australia's largest telecommunications company, and he's also the president of the Indo-Australia Chamber of Commerce. And finally, we have Irfan Malik with us. Irfan has travelled all the way from Australia, and he is the National Associate Chair and the president of the New South Wales chapter of the Australia-India Business Council. Thank you very much to all our panellists for joining us today. So we'll get the panel started. Hilary, I'll turn to you first. Australia's Consulate General in Bengaluru is Australia's 5th diplomatic mission in India and the newest. What are the priorities of the Australian Consulate General in Bengaluru?
Is this one working? Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to join us. I had to sweep out the Italian session at the end. I'm very sorry. So if we've cut any conversations short, you can now have them with us. As I say, my name is Hilary. I'm the Australian Consul General here in Bengaluru. My job is a very simple one. It is, and my team's job is a very simple one. It is about increasing the connections between Australia and this part of India, Karnataka and Bengaluru. And that goes in two directions. So what I like to see is more Indian companies going to Australia, investing in Australia, trading with Australia. And I also want to see, of course, Australian companies investing here, establishing here and trading here in Karnataka. So it means that events like this, where the Karnataka government is holding itself out as saying, we are here to help companies, it's a very important undertaking and I take it very seriously. And that's why today we have brought together state, federal, business chambers to give you different perspectives on what it means to enhance trade investment between Australia and Karnataka and more broadly South India. Now we've got a range of speakers, so Harriet, I'm just going to draw a couple of examples that are maybe not the most obvious ones. Vic will talk about education, for example, but in terms of the kind of areas that I see activity happening in, I would point to space. Actually, we have a very healthy space startup sector in Australia, and we've found some great collaboration here. This week, there is, of course, Aero India. For the first time, we have brought a number of Australian defence industry businesses, and they are here striking deals and partnerships. We are also seeing a lot more trade and investment overall, but I'm going to save that answer for a little later. I also like to touch on something that drives all aspects of business, and that's people-to-people links. And so at the moment, there is one direct flight to Sydney from Bengaluru. We know for a fact that when people can travel directly, those business ties are strengthened. You can get your senior decision makers in the room more easily. You need that face-to-face engagement. We want to see more tourists to Australia. I also think Karnataka could do more to showcase what it has for tourists. There's some great things here that are a little hard to find. But my overall point on this is one statistic I want to give you, which is 4% of Australia's population is of Indian origin or Indian heritage. So a really significant part of what it means to do business is a diaspora story as well for us. And so we are also looking at how diaspora connections, and that goes both ways, are really enhancing our ties here in this part of India. So that's my introductory piece. Harriet, thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Turning to you, Michelle, the state of Victoria accounts for around 22% of Australia's economic output, making it the second largest state in Australia. What are the priorities for Victoria's economic engagement in Karnataka, and how have these priorities changed and matured over the past 6 years?
Great. Thanks, Harriet. Well, I've got quite a loud voice on this microphone. First of all, I should say we've believed in Karnataka from the very start, from the Victorian government point of view. We've been here for 20 years. The decision was made 20 years ago, and it's where the majority of the Victorian government offices are. Our other base is in Mumbai. And I think we were a little bit ahead of our time then, probably driven by one of our leading alumni, and the Consul General mentioned the people-to-people links, but that's Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, who actually studied in Victoria, and we're deeply proud of that. On that 22% of the GDP, what I really want you to think about is Victoria is only actually 4% of the landmass of Australia. So we really regard ourselves as a knowledge economy and as a highly productive economy. Where we've seen growth, I mean, it has been incredible for me over the last 7 years. I'm really pleased to be able to tell a story of growth. We've got Gavin with Telstra, so we always had ANZ here in Karnataka, but they were sort of misunderstood, I think, as a call centre. And Australia and Victoria and our large corporations really understand the capability that comes out of Karnataka. We're seeing, so it's those two-way relationships we like to see. One of the ones, or two of the ones I want you to know about, REA Group has a bigger development centre up in Gurgaon, but they've chosen their specialist staff here in Karnataka. But what is also interesting about them is you might not think that, an Australian, Victorian company owns housing.com. They're your biggest online real estate investor here now. Another project that I'm really love because it tells a great tale is Rubicon Water. It's a rural project in Karnataka, 800 kilometres of piping, 3,000 remote controlled gates, a JV where so much of the manufacture's done here by Indian companies in terms of the piping and the labour, but the smart technologies, the analysis of that technology is all done in rural Victoria. Truly successful project, and it's now in its second phase. You might not know that your air quality monitoring here in Karnataka is actually done by a Victorian company too. So I guess what I'm trying to do is open your eyes a little bit, that even though we're a small state, there's quite a lot going on. The people-to-people links, I was very lucky yesterday to have lunch with the founder of S'mores. He's actually from Victoria. He's Fijian Indian and runs his life between here and Melbourne. So in terms of sectors, certainly environmental services, education that Vic will talk about, medtech, AI, those sorts of things where we're seeing the really great interactions. Growing work, I think, in sports, in tech from Karnataka, also in facilities, high-performance training from us. And we're really interested in the growing opportunity in Karnataka's Tier 2 cities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Gavin, Telstra is Australia's largest telecom, and it employs over 2,000 people in India, and a lot of those are based here in Bengaluru. What does Karnataka offer Telstra, and what can Telstra offer Karnataka?
Good question. So, as I was introduced, I do wear two hats. First one is I'm an executive at Telstra. And as part of Telstra, as you rightly mentioned, Harriet, yes, we have about 2,200 perm employees in our GCC, which is our Global Capability Center. But we also have another 10,000 indirect employees supporting us through our service providers, or what we call system integrators. Coming to the most important question is, why are we in Karnataka and what have we seen in Karnataka? We have not built this capability overnight. We have come here because of two reasons. One is scale, second one is skill. Skill is much more important. And I have this very cliched statement, we came here for cost, but we are staying here for value. And what is that value? It's innovation, it's flexibility, it's domain depth, and very important, time to market. It's not very easy. The last point is not very easy to replicate very easily in any other part of the world. I'm telling you this. Yes, you can do this probably in a Hyderabad, a Pune, or a Mumbai. But take it from me, our experience in Bangalore specifically has been very astounding in terms of its results. Because it's a multi-domain capability that you are exposed to in Bangalore. The domain depth is something that is unmatched, so you have breadth and depth. Last but not the least, it's very sustainable. We did not build this capability overnight. We have been here in Bangalore from early 90s. And incidentally, I don't know how many of you know, that the first cell phone call or the mobile call in India was made on a Telstra Modi network in 1994-95. So we've been there from then. Yes, we've got out of that retail business. We are here more on the enterprise business. Coming back to a point about what Australian businesses are doing, it's just not about Telstra. When I look at all the large enterprises, be it the banks, be it the mining techs, be it the fintechs or telcos, we have invested here just not on skill, but also on leadership. So that is the first litmus test for any investment, because that's strategic investment for me. So if I really summarize this, we are here for the long haul. That itself is a commitment for the future, number one. Number two, we are going to go after competitively advantageous technical skills. We call them as CAT skills. These are skills that are going to be for your next gen, which is product engineering, network engineering, software engineering, data engineering, and the underlying factor being artificial intelligence and robotics built over it. So that's what we are into. My commitment is not in terms of scale or monetary investment. My commitment from Telstra is we are deeply invested. We've got a 5G lab that is based out of Bangalore. Not many companies can boast of a 5G lab. And everything that is moved to production in Australia is tested here in India before it is moved to production. So you can clearly see the importance. So it's just not about having bodies do work for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. And my next question is for you. The Australia-India Business Council has 6 chapters across Australia. What are the sectors and industries most represented in the council, and what sectors do you see having the most interest in engaging with Karnataka?
Thank you, Harriet. Thank you for having me here. Great to be back again in Bangalore. In less than 2 weeks, I was here 2 weeks back, bringing another delegation to South India. And one of the things at AIBC, which stands for Australia-India Business Council, which is the leading bilateral industry body based in Australia, a sister body of Indo-Australia Chamber, which was set up about 36 years back by both the Prime Minister, 37 years, I suppose, by both the Prime Ministers, Rajiv Gandhi and Bob Hawke, which continues to be the leading body, the preeminent body for the government as well, to facilitate trade investment and business-to-business connects, and again, create those people-to-people linkages. Now, ever since the ECTA agreement, which is the early free trade agreement that's been put in place since end of 2022, we've seen an increased interest, aspiration, but also more runs on the board, and that's something which we are proud of and to be part to facilitate as well. Now, one of the things which really underpins what AIBC is driving, it's kind of threefold. One is around advocacy, partnering with the government to do outreach programs to really talk about the opportunities broader at a top-line sectors, micro-sectors levels, but also then take it forward, facilitate targeted delegations, trade business delegations, where we believe that they are ready to scale between Australia and India. And this is on the grounds where we see complementarity, which is a term we are using, which just stands for where we look for opportunities where Indian market has got what Australia needs, Australian companies need, Australian industries need, and vice versa, where Australia has got what India needs. Classic example is Australia's got amazing amount of critical minerals, which are required for whether it's semiconductor or manufacturing, all those sectors that India is really growing at a enormous pace, and that it needs Australia. But also, some great technology in Australia, which as a market we are limited by our size in Australia, and India is a great partnering nation to scale, commercialize scale, not only to service Indian market, but also other global markets, especially Middle East, Central Asia, Africa, and Europe as well. So that's something which we are looking at, and we facilitate these trade delegations. I'm pleased that this is probably the third or fourth delegation in the last 6 to 8 months that we have facilitated between Karnataka and Australia as well. We had a very successful startup delegation, Bangalore being the startup capital of the world, which is what I strongly believe. With startup tech innovation, we've curated a delegation to Australia in March last year, which again we had followed through, where about 4 of these startups all around these sectors, which I'll talk about, have been launched there as well, and now they are scaling within Australia. And similarly, we've hosted a large energy delegation of government and industry late last year, and now we are seeing the fruits. Some of the projects are in the pilot scale mode, so which is phenomenal to see the traction. And recently, just last week, we hosted education, health education, and skill development program, and that's another huge sector. We see a lot of collaboration. And I'm a strong believer that South has got a lot to offer. The southern states, of course, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, all of them on their own are racing up to $1 trillion economy. And this is a great partnering relationship that we want to forge between Australian states, Victoria, New South Wales, all these states to really leverage these high growth engine states here that we have in South India, and look for complementarity. Some of the sectors that we are seeing a lot of traction between our members and partners, clean energy, so right through the entire gamut, solar PV, green hydrogen, energy storage, to the whole circularity as well, that we are seeing an enormous interest across the whole value chain, and various companies, both sides, are looking to facilitate. Agri and food tech is another one we are seeing a lot of interest. We're seeing a lot of interest in healthcare, medtech, and pharma, biotech as well, where India is kind of the global engine, where Australia's got the best standards in the world with TGA, where we can have TGA formulated, OTC or generic medicines manufactured here and service the markets around nearby, or the regional markets here. We're also seeing a lot in the defense and space tech, as Hillary mentioned. We've got a lot happening in the skill and education, and that's a phenomenal opportunity that Karnataka has a lot to offer. And we are visiting some of the ITIs and GTDCs as well, where the skill talent that Australia needs, India has got, and obviously providing that bridge is something we are enabling. We're seeing a lot in the startup innovation space, and I believe, in fact, we are looking forward to building some bridges where Karnataka and Bangalore becomes a global scale-up hub, where we are able to plug in our startup ecosystem to have landing pad destination here, and then scale to service this market and this region as well. So there's phenomenal amount of activity happening. But also we believe in SMEs. Of course, we've got several SMEs who have traveled from Australia looking to venture into Karnataka here. We believe SMEs are a whole large segment which is going to power this bilateral trade outcomes. And some of the targets that we have currently, we're doing about 50 billion almost between Australia and India. We want to double that in the next 3 to 5 years, and that will have a lot of role for SMEs to play. So we want to really reach out for SMEs to really help scale between the markets. The way we look at market validation, product fit validation, investor validation, and the scale-up validation as well. And that's something which we as an organization with our partners and our members, we facilitate as well. So quite exciting times, and great to be here in Karnataka, and I can see enormous successes in the making in the next short run to the medium run as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Afan. Vic, you lead the education portfolio across the entire South Asia region for the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. What is unique about education ties between Australia and Karnataka, and what have you seen happening in this space?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Firstly, namaskar everyone. It's wonderful to be here at the Invest Karnataka Summit 2025, and of course I'm sitting with some stalwarts of the trade and investment relationship between Australia and India. I think for Karnataka and for the rest of India and more broadly in South Asia, I think we're exceptionally lucky, and we've heard from our wonderful speakers. We've got the federal government agencies, with the Consul General and myself representing. We've got the state and territories. We've got the business councils and chambers. So there's a lot of vibrancy. There's a lot of support available for Australian companies looking to enter India, Australian institutions looking to come to India. and of course, making sure that we are getting that meaningful investment back into Australia as well. So why Bangalore for education, and what's unique about the, I guess, about the relationship? So to give you a flavor, when we talk about education, we've really got about 4 different priorities that we're working on. Number one is what we're doing in the study in space. So that is, making sure that more and more students choose Australia as their preferred study destination. Michelle represents the state of Victoria, which is the education state, and the beneficiary of probably one of the largest Indian populations. Yeah. So we've got, when we look at the diaspora size, we've got about 1 million people of Indian origin in Australia, and a large proportion of that actually started their life as students. So making sure that we position Australia as that premium destination. We know that there's a lot of competition. I'm not sure whether the Italians before us said it or not, but of course it's Australia, US, and UK that still remain very dominant, but then we've got Germany, we've got Ireland, we've got Spain, we've got everyone else vying for a position within the Indian ecosystem as well. We do a lot of events in Karnataka. We just had the Festival of Australia in Bangalore a couple of months ago. That's making sure that we are really showcasing the best that Australia has to offer by way of agri-produce and education. And we'll continue to do a lot more of that in the state and in the city. The second most exciting bit is what we're doing in what we call the study with space. Now, India's gone through a phenomenal change with the NEP. So you'll hear a lot about the gross enrollment ratio and India's ambition to get that to 50%. There's a lot of millions and billions attached to it, but when you actually break it down, India needs 14 new universities each week to meet that demand. And I think Karnataka is front and center in terms of what we're doing in that space. We've got a number of exciting, what we call transnational education partnerships live. There's a very strong education ecosystem over here, and we're looking to double those partnerships in the next few years. Branch campuses, sitting on a panel with the British Council last week. It was, I'm extremely proud. I didn't do much for it, but I'm extremely proud when I can say Deakin University and University of Wollongong were the first to set up a campus in India. And we liken it to the Ashes because, you've got Southampton, but Australia's still leading. But then we've got Western Sydney that's announced as well. So it's definitely hotting up, but it is the World Cup in terms of international branch campuses opening up. And definitely no announcements as yet. I'm sure there'll be some coming soon, but, Karnataka, Bangalore especially, that link between industry and academia is going to be a key place where we look at more and more options for students to study an Australian education in India. The third is around skills. And again, Karnataka remains one of the key places for us when we look at skills demand. India has the ambition to be the skilling capital. Everyone's touched on the skills aspect in their introduction. So it's something that we continue to do in terms of developing Australia as the natural partner or natural skilling partner for India. The fourth is around EdTech. I think when I first moved to Bangalore, someone said that if you throw a stone, you're likely to hit a tech founder. I think that's still the case. In fact, I think I'm living in the apartment which is owned by one of the tech founders, so I'm told. But, EdTech, again, is something that we continue to invest in. All in all kind of, leads back to Bangalore and the vibrant ecosystem. Michelle, you touched on the people-to-people links as well. I think that was probably my primary choice to choose Bangalore or Karnataka as my home for the next 3 years, is for that people-to-people links.
Thank you, Vic, and great to hear that people-to-people links are a story throughout the panel. Hilary, a few of our panelists have mentioned the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, which is now 2 years old. What changes have we seen in trade and investment between our two countries since the agreement was signed?
Thank you, Harriet. Before I answer that question, I'm going to ask a question of the audience because this room is full. I would like to know of those sitting before me, who's been to Australia? Can you put up your hand? There's a few here. Okay, I guess that's about 5%. Good, okay, that means there's a lot more people to travel in the future. So on trade agreements, my points here are pretty simple. India's trade with the world in the last 5 years in terms of exports has gone up by about 35%. India's exports to Australia in that time have gone up 66%. So we see our trade increasing. The role the trade agreement plays in that is quite clear-cut. Yes, it is government saying to one another, we have a good and strong relationship, we're telling our businesses to do more, but what it means when it comes to commercial opportunities and impact is this. So India's goods exports to Australia, about 80% of those are industrials, pharmaceuticals, things you can hold. About 15% is petrochemicals, and about 5% is agricultural products, including Karnataka's wonderful coffee. All of those goods will enter Australia without any tariffs at all, now and completely by 2026. So that means that if you are exporting, Australia is a great place to export to. And of course, because trade agreements go in both directions, we are also seeing more Australian products here, Australian products on the shelves in supermarkets in Bengaluru. Those kind of commitments are very significant. The other part of a trade agreement is the services side, which is people. And so some of the pieces that we have in place between Australia and India that really drive engagement in this part of India is post-study work rights. In Australia, if you study and you have the ability to work, means that ability to translate your degree into job-ready skills is something that we think is really valuable, and we know it's really welcomed. We also encourage our professional bodies to talk to one another. So we want our Nurses Association to talk to the Indian Nurses Association, engineers, lawyers. Professional recognitions and skills like that are driven by professional associations. Our government is working hard to encourage those associations to talk to each other. So those kind of pieces of architecture make a real difference to doing business. What we're doing now is hoping to take our current agreement and essentially expand it. So both governments are working on that process and looking for a very good outcome, but all by way of saying, I think Australia is investing in its relationship with India, and trade is one part of that.
Thank you, Hilary. Michelle, you have a unique perspective. You previously, prior to working for the Victorian state government, you worked for the Australian government. What is the value of state-to-state cooperation rather than, we've heard about trade agreements at the national level. What's the value of state-to-state cooperation?
Great. Thank you. First of all, I was smiling at Hilary's comments about the coffee, because for those of you who've been to Melbourne, we run on coffee. It's very much part of our daily culture there, and we're quite alarmed at the world shortage of coffee. Not a lot of people, I was just talking, as I said, I met up with the founder of S'mores yesterday, that not a lot of people actually know what a great grower of coffee this part of the world is. So I'm depending on you guys to fill in that gap of rising coffee prices for us. I also, again, I'm touching on that and how few people in the room here have actually been to Australia. It goes the other way with South India. People just think India is one place and they don't understand the complexity of it. I was really pleased in the last couple of weeks. There was a massive feature in the national newspapers, the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age, which was just about South India, largely centred around Karnataka. So this really is the moment to get to know one another better. And our governments have been trying to do that for quite some time. I've mentioned we've been here now for 20 years as a state government. And really the role if we have in relation to the governments is both knowledge sharing, but primarily enabling business. That's why we're here. So I'm going to talk about, first of all, one of the really good programs we did with Karnataka government, and it is the only government we've invested in to do this with, was something funded by us called the Victoria-India Government Exchange. And we sent up 6 senior bureaucrats, 2019. They were across areas covering, coincided with the Tech Summit, but coincided with areas like justice, education. I think there might have been infrastructure and sort of business, but really to get one another to understand one another's systems better. An area we would really like to work more with Karnataka in and to support you is construction and demolition waste. You're building so much. We have one of the world's best programs in terms of recycling that waste. But in terms of enabling business and really, as I said, I've got the great advantage of having time here is watching how things evolve over time. So I was thinking to a relationship that La Trobe University now has with Bangalore Bio-Innovation Centre, of which we're quite sad about that fire a few weeks ago, but we've all been in contact and know that's going okay. That started off in 2018 when our Premier visited and Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw introduced them to that centre. Then we, the government, funded a program called MedTech Actuator. It's one of our startup hubs out of Melbourne who came and delivered their program, took some of the graduates of that program onto other markets, including Australia, that we work in. From there, we introduced them to La Trobe University. La Trobe saw it and just went, wow, we can learn so much from this centre. There's so much we can do together. There's so much we want to replicate in what you're doing. And so that has been signed in front of the Federal Ministers for Education, actually. And I think what's great about that, if I look at it over time, is we've seen changes of government here, we've seen changes of vice-chancellors in La Trobe universities, and we've seen change of CEO at Bangalore Bio-Innovation Centre, but that is a deep enough arrangement that it will endure and we will see great results come out of it.
Thank you, Michelle. On the education theme, back to Vic. The Australia-India Future Skills Initiative is a 4-year program aimed at bringing Australian skills training organisations to India. Can you tell us a little bit more about that program and what are the opportunities for Karnataka through that program?
No, absolutely, thank you. Harriet, as I mentioned before as well, so skills is definitely one of the pillars that we are focusing on. And this particular program is a priority program for us. The Future Skills Initiative, it's funded by the Australian government. It aims to see how Australia can help feed into India's skilling agenda. We know India's ambition to be a skills capital of the world. And really, Australia has some of the best skilling, globally. If you look at some of our, systems such as the TAFE, which is a vocational education system, it is the envy of the entire world. But skilling goes beyond just what we're doing in the vocational space. And I think for us, what we're trying to achieve with the, with the Future Skills Initiative is to try and find those real tangible opportunities for Australian skilling providers to help India with its skilling agenda. A small example that I'll use is we've got a company called Q Control out of Canberra. They provide quantum training out of the box. We've just had the Tamil Nadu government adopt quantum training across the board for all their technical colleges. So some really kind of niche pockets where Australia can really help feed into India's skilling agenda. We obviously doing a multitude of things around uncovering those opportunities, but from a state perspective, I think where we're starting to find some real traction is a definition of what skills are actually required. We have these wonderful stats about 1 in 5 people of working age will be of Indian origin. India's ambition to be the skilling capital and all these wonderful figures that go along with it. But I think what was missing, and this is where we're starting to see the shift, is a lot of states undertaking skills surveys and actually defining that need to say, okay, right, we need 5,000 certificate 4 in training and assessment. We need 5,000, certified engineers or whatever it may be. So I think that's where I think the opportunity for Karnataka is going to be really strong. We're already having multiple conversations with the state, but also, with, as Gavin mentioned, with the GCCs as well. There's a huge skilling agenda for industry over here. And for us, it's about making sure that we are finding those opportunities, taking them back to the sector in Australia, and really, having them come over or deliver those skills at scale in India.
Thanks, Vic. We've spoken a lot about people-to-people links, and I want to talk about that a little bit further. Often the Indian diaspora in Australia is the fastest growing large diaspora community and 4% of Australia's population. What role do the Indian diaspora have in the relationship between Australia and India, and particularly in that business relationship and for AIBC and business councils?
Thank you, Harriet. I think this is very pertinent and something which all of you need to realize, where there is obviously this potential and what is also accelerating delivering the outcomes for these potential, and that there's a strong role for the Indian diaspora to play, essentially to build that people-to-people linkages, the connects for delivering the business-to-business outcome. And former president did call out that the Indian diaspora is the living bridge to facilitate that connection, those cultural bonds, but also understanding the dynamics of business both sides, how to do business in Australia and how do we do business in India. I mean, my personal journey as well, I come from a third generation of one of the largest industrial and education industry-focused families out of Kerala, but have worked and lived and worked and done business across southern states myself in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Telangana, and I know the potential. I've lived in the north as well. And you know, there are instances when we see these opportunities come through and we leverage our network, both here and Australia, and in our parlance, we use the term, you know, connecting the dots. So helping the diaspora can help connect the dots, and then again, you know, in our thing, lining up the ducks as well, so that we can work on delivering some of the outcomes. And another, you know, our lingo we use is we look for some of those low-hanging fruit where this diaspora can help facilitate, bridge those connections, bridge those opportunities, and help accelerate. I mean, the dynamics of business is entirely different in Australia and in India. India is a relationship-based, long-term, you know, relationship-based, you know, market to engage, whereas Australia's traditional other trade partners, our neighboring country, it's been very transactional. So again, bridging that cultural business relationship and enabling outcomes, the diaspora has a strong role to play. And I want to quote an example again. We have one of the business, and I'll take the liberty of someone who's been in Australia, now leads a third generation Australian business who's taken over, now is driving it to scale globally. But he's realized the potential that to scale globally, go beyond Australia, needs to have India as a partner. Australia has got a strong focus on you know, a future made in Australia. We are investing heavily in Australian business, Australian manufacturing, but I'm a strong believer for us to have that growth in Australia, we need to partner it with India and have these kinds of stories. And here again, they moved their first manufacturing to North India and to Manesar, but I believe because of our networks, there's a huge potential, especially the sector he is involved in, the automotive industry, manufacturing. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, this southern part has a lot to offer, and we've got him here. We are working through with you know, the government and the agencies to see the right kind of you know, access and outcomes are delivered, and hence we can build a global story here, an Australian India global story, and that's what we're trying to foster more and more. So I feel there's a strong role. I want to also give a plug to my friend Tim and the other department, Center for Australia-India Relations, which is another leading body set up by Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Australian government, where we have a lot of focus on ensuring that we are able to leverage the strong diaspora, which is again on the top boards to top CEOs in Australia as well, where we want to bring them and connect them back as well, and various boards from Australia to come and connect with what's happening in India. And I'm a strong believer. I think Hillary was trying to gauge how many have visited Australia, and similarly we try and you know, help Australian businesses and leaders to also come to India to see the growth, what is being experienced, and all along Indian diaspora and Indian diaspora leaders are playing a major role. So I see this diaspora's business leaders to play a significant role in enabling and play a true catalyst role in accelerating this trade outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Effen. And we'll have one last question before we'll open it up to the audience. Gavin, beyond the big end of town, with your Indo-Australia Chamber of Commerce hat on, what are the opportunities for small to medium enterprises in the Australia-India relationship? And how can IACC help those businesses?
Thanks, Harriet. That's a good question. Today, when you really look at it, and I think so Hillary mentioned it, Michelle mentioned it, and all our speakers did mention, the opportunity is both ways. It's just not one way Australian business is coming into India, it's also the other way around. And I'll give you an example. If you look at the small and medium-sized businesses in Australia, just in the IT space, your total addressable market today is $450 billion. And the Indian companies have not even scratched the surface on that. That's a huge opportunity. We need to start investing there. And when you say investing, it's not about just moving people and technology there, you need to stay invested in terms of really opening shop. So I can speak on behalf of some of the service providers that are here in India, be it the TCS, the Infosys, and Cognizance of the world. They've started to de-risk the Western influence that they have on their balance sheet by investing in Australia. They're de-risking their balance sheet. And they're using this word very strongly today. So that is one part of it. You look at the smaller pieces, which is the startup and the scale-up ecosystem. That's a massive opportunity for them to stay invested. And I think so, Hillary did bring up something. It's a tariff-friendly investment that you have in Australia. Today, tariff is becoming one of the most talked about words, right? Let's not go down that path. But when you have a tariff-friendly investment opportunity in Australia, take it from me, any startup ecosystem can actually use this as gold dust. And I have one example. India is not just moving your startups out of Bangalore. So the example that I want to quote is, we had a company called Zetify out of Israel. They were into the microsatellite business. The challenge that we have in Australia is, from a demography standpoint, we are 5 times the size of India, right? But probably a few percentage in terms of the population. But a lot of the population is spread around the coast, but we still have population in the interiors of Australia. So getting them to be connected was an absolute challenge. So Telstra decided that we will take 3 years to get them connected on the 5G network. We got this company Zetify, incubated them in India, and take it from me, we were able to connect 98% of the landmass in 6 months. So this is how you do it. The opportunity is massive. The question is, how relevant are you when you want to stay invested? And vice versa. I think so Karnataka has been in the forefront of putting together the GCC policy. Especially the minister recently mentioned about the global tech centers that they want to start. There are loads of companies in Australia who actually want to come and plug and play and open their GTCs or GCCs out of India, or for that matter in Bangalore. All that we need to do is market them better. So I'm really looking forward to some of our friends who are in the large enterprise to play that role, because as a large enterprise, you need to be that business incubator for our businesses, both within India, going into Australia, and vice versa. It's not going to happen just one way. It's not a one-way street. It's both ways. So that's my answer in terms of the potential that we have. Thank you.
Can I just add something to that? One of the sectors that I started with when I came to Bangalore was our critical and enabling technologies. And I think the big thing was, again, as you're saying, it's India and Australia collaborating together for the world. And I think that's probably the big one, and that's where the opportunity in Bangalore is ripe.
Thanks, Vic, and thanks, Gavin. Before we open it up to the audience, does any final words from our panelists? Wonderful. I think we have time for 2 questions, maybe 3. Perhaps the man standing, we can go to you first.
Very good morning, Your Excellency. Thanks for a wonderful presentation. This is Professor Cook, CEO K&K Renewables. We are working on the Napier graphs and CNG and hydrogen, which just now some of the learned speakers spoke. We are very keen to work in your country, and as we have the technology to work, and it's a green project. So if you give us some time, we would like to discuss with you. Thank you.
And perhaps let's ask
Good morning to you. It was a nice panel discussion. My question to Mr. Irfan Malik, I am Naved Akhtar from Venue Petro. Sir, we are the leading lubricant manufacturers in India and producing all type of automobile and industrial oils in a very big way. We have 2 manufacturing facilities in India, in Chennai and Mumbai. So we want to have some technical collaboration with some Australian companies. So since we are in specialty lubricants, specialty oils, and we want to have some technical collaboration as well as joint venture also. Can you just throw some light on that, sir? How can we proceed for that?
Well,
Thank you so much.
I'm supposed to talk about transition to clean energy, but I'll take that. Definitely, there is, at least for the next 10, 15 years, there is a huge market for what you're looking at. In fact, I was surprised that petrocarbon products are one of the top in the bilateral trade as well. I mean, it's again, we'll love to know more specifically about what market. I mean, the thumb rule I look at is, when I look at a company ready to scale to Australia, I look at, are you already servicing any other Western market or Middle East? Yeah, not yet. So obviously that's where I look at, do you have a scale-up international validation? And then we look for a comparative market or industry partner who we can match, and then we see what the market opportunity is. So you're doing Africa. So we just want to look at what is the market segment you're trying to address, and then we find the right partner who can work. Obviously, if it's a growing market, then you want to evaluate. I mean, again, it's a fit for purpose. As I said, we are moving a lot towards EV and non-petrocarbon related products. But as I said, another 10, 15 years, definitely there's a huge market. We'll be happy to connect. I can think of some people straight away out the back of mind. Some of our members, I would be happy to connect. One thing, just taking a cue, where you can think, and even Gavin mentioned about as well, you want to validate your product for market fit for Australia. And sometimes it could be a bit of a lateral thinking. And I want to quote an example of a medtech company, which is from Bangalore. They were planning to go to Middle East, natural market to service in the healthcare medtech space. And we looked at the product. It had a great market fit for Australia, though Australian market size is not huge. But it was one we wanted to validate in a Western market. And Australia is a great Western market to validate because of the high quality standards. And we were able to get them to launch into Australia, and then we launched them into Middle East after that. And that just gave them a nearly 100% growth in terms of valuation and premium that they could position themselves. So obviously that's another opportunity for you to look at as well from a scaling perspective. So if you are servicing sectors like mining and oil and gas, that's something we can look at it.
And I think that's probably all we have time for. One last question at the front.
Yeah, hi. My name is Satish Kota. I run an international trade platform. Last year, I'm going on the data itself. Last year's Australian imports are about 287 billion. And India's exports is about 6.5, 7 billion. That's about 2.5, 3%. What can be done to increase this? ACTA is open, but still a lot of opportunities are available. Still the number is too small. How can we increase it?
It's a really good question. I think in part I have answered that to some extent because if there are no tariffs on what you are exporting from India to Australia, then the next step is finding the commercial partner here and the commercial partner in Australia that want to facilitate that activity, that say, great, I can import my products more cheaply, this is the market for me. And so that's a place where business chambers play a really important role, connecting where we know there are communities, whether it's in Melbourne. We also have our New South Wales government representative here, Melanie. So I think it's that ecosystem. You need the settings in place. You need government-to-government undertakings. We have that. We've seen trade increase, so we know there is interest, whether it's industry or consumers in both directions. And then we need our business chambers and our businesses to work together. So all of those pieces come together to move things forward. But they're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, if I can add to that, this is a specific question we discussed in our strategy session. We've got 50 billion. How do we get to 100 billion? How do we dissect this? And the way we have kind of coined this whole approach is we are looking at it in three kind of pillars. One is, and all underpinned by the free trade agreement. We are looking at what is the first pillar where we already are trading between Australia and India, and how can we increase those segments at a HSN code level. So sector at the HSN code level, we see these are the products that we are doing already trade, whatever, 10, 20 billion. Of course, commodity and products are the bigger chunk rather than service. So we dissect that and see how can we do more of that. Who are the bigger players who can do a lot more of the existing trade products, which because of the free trade, we can do more. That's the first pillar. Second is where the free trade is opened opportunity and we are not doing trade at all. So we are trying to find the players, the right industry partners, both sides, who can then connect the dots. One example is the cotton textile industry, where we could do more. We were doing only little, and now we have opened up. There's a quota. We are trying to influence that the quota is increased because there's a huge demand for Australian cotton and Australian wool here for the entire textile industry. So that's one example we are looking at where we could do more. And then the third sector, the pillar, is the new sunrise sectors where we have traditionally not done at all. And because of this free trade agreement, we can do a lot more. Solar PV, right from the solar cell. I mean, the world's best solar cell. The first cell came from Australia, UNSW. It was scaled to China. This time, the latest solar cell is in UNSW in Sydney. We want to scale that to Australia, and we want to look at partners here in South India who can leverage Australian technology, do the technology transfer, but scale it here. And we want to do more of that. So entire clean energy, solar PV, circularity, sustainability sector is a huge sector where we can do a lot more, and we are trying to find the right partners that we could connect and do more. And we want to work with, in India's got, I mean, we probably, in Australia, we still have a few industry bodies there, like our business council, a chamber. But in India, you've got FICCI, CII, and the whole export organizations around. We want to partner with them on a specific sector, micro sector, and even at HS and Core, where we can leverage the free trade agreements. All are underpinned by the free trade agreement. We're looking at opportunities. And we want to get some big runs on the board, but also sustainable runs on the board as well. Thank you.
I think I just wanted to add to that as well. It sounds like you've got a very interesting platform, but for those of you who are looking across the Australia-India relationship, just remember that Australia is a services-driven economy. I would say 80% of the work that we're doing with Karnataka is both ways, is services-driven. So you've got to make sure when you're looking at statistics, just double check that you're not just picking up the good statistics and that you're also across what's happening with movement of services both ways as well.
Alrighty, thank you all very much, and thank you very much for to all our panelists for being so generous with your time today. Thank you to the audience for coming to learn more about Australia and Karnataka. This is it for today's panel, but we look forward to seeing you all again next time. Thank you.
O leite da mãe é branco. O branco da neve é puro. A pureza da luz é branca. Consciência é o futuro. A mãe purifica o mundo. Ciência com consciência. 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 Ciência com consciência.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be kicking off this session very shortly in the next 2 to 3 minutes or 5 minutes. We're just waiting for Shri Gaurav Gupta ji, the ACS government of Karnataka, to join us, and we should be kicking off very shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, namaskaram to all of you. Salam, Sasrikar. Great to be here. And as we say in Australia, good day to all of you. Very privileged and honored to be amongst you, to be part of the Invest Karnataka 2025 Summit. Really taking the conversation that we had, a spark-off session we had earlier pre-lunch around the Australia-India bilateral trade investment opportunity, the partnership, the friendship that we have fostered between Australia and India, to take it to the next level and focus on some of the key sectors where we are already seeing a great traction, but what we see is enormous potential to accelerate, deliver outcomes not only for Karnataka or Australia or Australian states, but also for the rest of India and rest of the regions as well around India, where the power and the strengths of both these countries and the states come together to really scale a global opportunity. So that's where we are here for this session, which will have a panel discussion as well on Australia-India bilateral opportunities for global market needs in the clean energy and the entire green economy sector. So it's a whole entire ecosystem that we're going to be touching on, because that's the global scale of opportunity that we have. Now, we will kick off this session very soon with a keynote address from Shri Gaurav Gupta ji, who's the Additional Chief Secretary and the Secretary for the Department of Energy, Government of Karnataka, who's been really at the forefront leading the vision, the aspiration, and the acceleration Karnataka has seen in terms of adoption, generation, and even scaling operationally, leveraging renewable targets that we have and net carbon zero target based initiatives as well. So we will have him join us anytime. I didn't want to delay any further to kick off. We will also have this panel discussion where we have our government and industry leaders as well here with us, the trade and investment bodies as well. We have Mr. K.P. Rudrapaya, the Managing Director of CREDL, Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, who is with vision, passion, and also very focused intent and effort has been driving the execution and delivery of some of the outcomes and the targets that Karnataka government has been working on. So very great to have you here, and again, someone who has been a great friend of Australia and who visited us in Australia as well. We also have Denise Eaton, the Australian Trade and Investment Commissioner from Australia to South Asia, and focused on clean energy and green economy, and someone who's been holding the Australian flag to really drive that partnership and that collaboration and that scaling of those opportunities that we have bilaterally. I also have Malini Dutt joining from Mumbai, representing the state of New South Wales, which is one of the largest economies and largest states in Australia. New South Wales, with Sydney as the capital, where I live and I'm from. And she's the Trade and Investment Commissioner of New South Wales government, New South Wales state for India here, based in Mumbai, but very happy that she could join us here for this important conversation and the important sector here. To set the context where we are and why we are discussing, and I'll touch on a few things, is obviously around what we can do collaboratively in the clean energy and green economy between Australia and India, and there again dissecting between the states as well. So obviously we want to look at Australia broad up opportunities, because there are enormous across the whole green economy space, enormous opportunities across Australia, but we'll also hone in on New South Wales as well, what they're doing, and very specifically into Karnataka, India and Karnataka, where we can look at collaboration, some of the opportunities where, and accelerated by one of our free trade agreements that we have between Australia and India, where clean energy and renewable sector collaboration has been identified as a key focus area as well. And it's been also been strengthened by the establishment of India-Australia Renewable Energy Partnership between both the governments of Australia and India, which is again to accelerate across certain outcomes, which I'll touch on. But what I believe is beyond that federal central government engagement, there is a recognition and acknowledgement that we need to have these projects executed at a state-to-state level, and that's something which we'll explore during this conversation that we have. Both the countries have also emphasized the importance of private sector partnership with government as well to accelerate adoption, accelerate conversion, and helping us meet some of these targets. The countries also recognize that the climate change is one of the defining challenges of the century, not only for our respective countries, but also for global needs, where both these countries play a critical role, especially to accelerate global decarbonization efforts and targets as well. Some of the accelerated growth that we are seeing in clean energy generation adoption, including a huge opportunity in energy storage requirements, circularity, carbon net zero targets. Bilaterally, there are several areas that's emerged and has been identified by both governments and the industry also is really catching up to drive and deliver outcomes. That covers solar PV, task force with various cooperation projects on rooftop solar and building a workforce and talent as well. Commercialization of cutting-edge solar PV technology, so scaling some of the best technologies that we have in Australia, but commercially scale partnering with India. We're also looking at facilitating two-way investments in solar supply chain across the whole value chain there. Green hydrogen and green hydrogen task force. Obviously, that's an area that has emerged with significant interest growth. We need to accelerate on getting those practical commercial outcomes in place. I touched on energy storage across both the region's enormous growth potential. There's an enormous generation that we have seen in terms of various forms of renewables, but storage is a critical element to make it sustainable, to leverage that generation as well. Circular economy for renewable energy. There's also two-way investments in renewable energy projects that we're looking to foster, and building, the whole entire capacity building across the whole value chain and the ecosystem is something, again, we are looking for from this partnership. We're looking at building the future renewable workforce as well. Australia, we need a huge, as part of our target growth, we need a huge workforce to be ready for the sunrise sector in the renewable and green economy space. So that again requires skill training and talent that we want to foster with India. We're also looking at establishing leadership in commercialization of cutting-edge renewable technology, whether it's the technology from Australia. There's an enormous amount of research and IP that's sitting in Australia across solar PV. The best solar cell is based in UNSW in the world in Sydney. We want to scale, transfer that technology and manufacture at scale, partnering with India. Last time when we had the first solar cell done in UNSW, it went to China. This time we want to partner with India, and that's something which we want to explore these partnerships as well and facilitate two-way investments as well. Now, considering all this, Karnataka has been one of the leading states in India driving the adoption of clean energy and also in terms of green economy generation and also at scale across. And it's also gifted to have that natural resources of enough of solar, wind, and the coastline that we are gifted in Karnataka here. So definitely Karnataka is positioned very well to facilitate accelerating this adoption of renewable energy, not only for Karnataka, for rest of India, to be the focal, the nodal state to really drive the adoption and acceleration of renewable energy, across the state and the region as well. So that's the context, and I know we've had a few delegations that we have facilitated both ways. We've had enormous success with a delegation of about nearly 20 plus companies across the value chain from Australia who had come to India, including in Bangalore a couple of years back, I think last year as well, and that continues to be there, facilitated by Austrade and Smart Energy Council. We also had a very high-profile delegation of Karnataka Government Energy Department visit us in Australia as well. So definitely with that context, there's a lot of initiation, a lot of acceleration that's already happened. Now it's about conversion. How do we convert some of those pilot scale opportunity to commercial scale, build at a scale, leveraging Karnataka's policy and intent from the organizations like Credle, and then how do we take it forward to scale it across India and the other regions as well. So that's what we're going to explore. So let me invite, without much ado, and obviously we'll wait for ACS to join us at any time, and we'll probably plug in to see that they can also join. And I'm also informed that the Honorable Minister, Minister George, is also going to join. So that's the significance and importance that he is given to the relationship and the sector. So they will join, and when they join, we'll kind of get them to also share their thoughts and insights. So let me invite the panelists on that note. Mr. Rudrapraji, please, if you can join us, the Managing Director of Karnataka Renewable Energy Development Limited, one of the agencies, the nodal agencies leading the charge in renewable energy adoption. We'll also invite Dennis Eaton, the Australian Trade and Investment Commissioner for Australia in South Asia, focusing on clean energy and green economy, and Malini Dutt, Trade and Investment Commissioner for New South Wales State from Australia. So we'll kick off the panel discussion, and probably I'll join you all there, and I'll come back once the Minister and the Editor Chief Secretary join us. We'll get them to share some thoughts as well. So I'll just join you all. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll kick it off. Obviously, we set the context about the huge potential bilaterally to collaborate between Australia and India, and we saw one of the key terms that I often use, and in fact I used in the previous session as well, is the complementarity of what Australia has to offer, what India needs, and India has got what Australia needs. So that is the underpinning thing. Again, that's the key pillar of our free trade agreement as well. And where even in the clean energy, green economy sector, that's the case, where there's enormous opportunity for scaling Australian technology to India, partnering with India, commercially scaling, and not only to service this region, but also the other regions around. And similarly, Australia has got enormous critical minerals and other technology which can be scaled here. And India has to offer the talent, the scale of market as a partnering nation. So on that as a context, and especially reflecting on your recent visit to Australia as well, if you can share, Rudrapraji, some of the vision and aspirations of Karnataka government and Cradle in particular in terms of shaping the future of renewable energy adoption in the state and also to scale across India, with this state being a front runner. Please, if you could share your insights.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Malik, for starting up this discussion. As you all know, I mean, entire world is moving towards net zero by 2070, and some countries have set up an internal target of 2050, some advanced countries. And we are also aligned with the Paris Agreement that we will be net zero by 2070. That's our India's commitment. And India is driving it very fast, like by 2030 we have a 500 gigawatt target. And Honorable Prime Minister is driving it very fast. And when we talk about 500 gigawatt, naturally Karnataka gets prominence because I think we are number 3 in the country with as far as installed capacity is concerned. We have around 22 gigawatt of installed capacity of renewable energy, of total of 34 gigawatt, which amounts to around 63%. That's the maximum renewable energy mix which we have. Under these circumstances, Karnataka has got its own importance. And recently when we visited Australia, when we went to UNSW, University of New South Wales, we were one thing which surprised us. There are many of these technologies, especially the solar panels and all, which are being produced by China, the major companies, including China and all. They're all they're invented in Australia itself. And very surprisingly, Chinese companies still pay royalty to UNSW, Australian technology. That's the power of Australian technology. So that's why we have signed an MOU with the Smart Energy Council of Australia to help us in all these initiatives, whatever it's green economy, all these things. And as far our this thing is concerned, direction is concerned, we have done our resource adequacy plan. Now we are 22 gigawatt. By another 10 years, we have to add another 40 gigawatt. That's a very whooping numbers we have to add to our kitty to meet our requirement. So by our short-term target by 2030 is around 19 gigawatt. So these are numbers equivalent to any of the developing countries. So that is where we stand. So to meet this target, yes, we have to have a global partnership, and I think in this direction, Australia is going to play a very, very major role, because many, in the days to come, especially battery energy storage is going to take a major role. We visited a company called MGA Thermal. They are doing a lot of things in energy storage, thermal storage and all. So all these technologies from Australia is going to help us in a lot. So taking this, I think Karnataka is going to meet our targets. I think our Honorable Minister has just arrived. We welcome sir to the stage.
Welcome you, sir, the Honorable Minister, Mr. George, Minister for Renewable Energy. Thank you, Rudrapraji, to just really set the tone from the Karnataka government perspective. We are really deeply honored to have the Honorable Minister with us, and that shows your importance for this sector and this relationship as well. So we really respect and value your time as well. Thank you for that. I would like to invite you to, on this note, I know you have got other commitments. I would like to invite you to share some thoughts of your vision as well from Karnataka government perspective for the sector, but also this relationship. And we were deeply honored to have a delegation representing your department led by Gaurav Gupta ji last year, and we had phenomenal success and acceleration in terms of outcomes. But we are looking forward to...
No, if you can brief me what all things you want, that
okay.
I can answer.
Okay, sure. We'll, I think then I'll invite Gaurav Gupta ji, if you can deliver the keynote address as per our plan in terms of what vision and the aspirations of Karnataka government in this sector, but also the collaboration with Australia. Over to you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, sir, eminent panelists and participants. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here in the Australia-India bilateral opportunities for global market in clean energy and green energy sectors. And I extend a warm welcome to all of you, and also apologize we were delayed a little bit on another count. As mentioned by Mr. Irfan, we had a successful visit to Sydney and Melbourne, and we also visited number of universities and also industries. And this session which is being convened here, and the passion with which Mr. Irfan from the Australia-India Business Council he pursued the matter and also decided to have a session only on clean energy and green energy is basically a testament to the fact that we had a number of exciting opportunities while in Australia. Now, what is important is to understand Karnataka is on the forefront of clean energy adoption. So Karnataka has, even 20 years back when people were not talking about energy transition, Karnataka decided to go on in microhydel, in solar, and in wind on a substantially larger scale. Now if we see, more than half of the installed capacity is in the field of new and renewable energy. Now we would like to try out new innovative projects which are there in the field of storage, in the field of energy management, and also in several other new technologies. So what we look forward from Australia, and I'll come to the point, is Australia has, we have seen, is a great leader in terms of development of new technologies and new products and new companies are coming up. It may be relating to storage, it may be relating to peer-to-peer sharing of solar and number of others. So what we would like is such of the projects that are confident to be taken up in India. You can come here and with the blessings of Honorable Minister, we would like to have a partnership between the private sector there and the universities there, and we would give them market access or support to establish themselves and to roll out their technologies here. So this is what I have in mind, and Honorable Minister Sir has been the architect for our visit. In fact, he wanted to join the delegation himself. The delegation was to be led by him. But unfortunately, as you know, being the senior most of the cabinet ministers in the state, his calendar is sometimes too ambitious and he could not make it. But he insisted that the delegation should continue, and that's how we all, led by me and the chairman of CREDL and the MD CREDL, we were there in Australia for almost, I think, 4 or 5 days, visiting the Sydney and the Melbourne area. So we have to identify still the specifics of the area of collaboration. That means which companies, which project. It may be solar PV, it may be hydrogen, it may be storage, it could be circular economy, in which splendid work has been done by University of New South Wales. And let us identify projects in which the Indian companies could collaborate with the Australian companies and Australian universities and then take it forward. So I will cut it short here. I would request Honourable Minister to bless this kind of association with Australia, and I'm sure that there will be meaningful partnerships for the future as well. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav Gupta ji, and thanks for your leadership and all support as well from your end. Would you like to share some thoughts, Minister? I welcome you, Minister. Thank you for your time there.
Good afternoon, all of you. It's a great privilege for me to come and address you. You know, Karnataka is pioneer, as my Additional Chief Secretary Energy, Mr. Gaurav Gupta, already told you. We, even though I'm in the ministry since '89, but I become the energy minister recently because so many other portfolios I held earlier. That means only 1.5 years old or I become an energy minister. After becoming minister, I started learning about the energy. So I cannot talk much about the energy. But it is a very interesting subject. And today, the demand in Karnataka is going up. As on today, now about 18,000 megawatt per day, we need the energy, and day by day it's increasing. Of course, energy increasing is a good sign. That is the prosperity shows that Karnataka is going to prosper. That's why we got a chief minister. He's a very dynamic chief minister. He is extending all support to us. But my relationship with Australia is very long. 2 of my children studied in school in Sydney, and also they have completed their college education also in Australia. Now, of course, after the training from Australia, my children, one is settled down, my daughter settled down in America, and my son is taken over all the management of industry as well as the plantation also. And as good as he's looking after my constituency also. My constituency is in Bangalore city, just for your information. See, today, we got challenges. I always say every meeting, I'm lucky. I got 2 IIT people as my secretaries. One is Gaurav Gupta, is a IIT person. He knows the technology. And also Pankaj Pandey is there, who is the MD of our KPTCL MD also. Both of them there, and other senior people, officers, engineers, everybody is there. And our MD, Kadil, is also here. He is also, everybody is technically, they are all qualified people. And when we throw any challenge to them, they could be able to solve the problem. That's why recent their visit to Australia. There's already we are making a plan. I think that Australia is very much advanced in these technologies. And whatever the field we can give them, we can give all the support. But we need the technology from Australia, especially in the solar as well as the battery storage. Both the things we need. And also we are taking up this pump storage. That is also very interesting, the thing. Pump storage, now we are taking up one of our reservoirs, the very old reservoir is there. Actually, we are producing about 1,000 megawatt. After this pump storage, we can totally produce 3,000 megawatt. Additionally, 2,000 megawatt we can produce. The same water we are going to recycle, and we are such 4 or 5 projects we have already taken. That is there. And ultimate our aim is green energy. See, we are lucky. We are the pioneers in India producing the solar. We got wind, hybrid, we got wind and solar we got, as well as we got the seashore also. Because for the green hydrogen, we need this seashore and we need point. We have already identified 2 places, but it is too early because the demand for the green hydrogen has not come so far. Because advantage of green hydrogen is we can transport as a cargo. But Europe and America and other states, whenever they face a shortage of electricity, that we are willing to produce the thing, but we need big investment and technology for that also. That's also we are welcoming. I think that Australia must be having these technologies. These are the things. Anybody, what I want to know, many people have come forward now to invest in Karnataka. I think it's a very good, I was also Industries Minister earlier. That time also Mr. Gaurav Gupta was secretary. He was the secretary for industry for 6-7 years, I think. That's why anybody wanted to start anything is there. We are very friendly government we got. Our officials are capable. Okay, there will be some red tapeism will be there. We are trying to sort it out. And anybody can approach us straight away and we will give all support to them. And we want to see the future of energy is Karnataka is going to pioneer. Okay, we got already competition from Gujarat and Rajasthan also. I think we are taking the project within another 1 year. We are the leading in the solar, the thing. Okay, now we have become third because 4 years there was no much of a production because it is not the mistake of any government. It is a mistake. The demand was not there because of COVID and all. Now, we have already taken up the thing. I think within 1 year, we are going to make a record. We are going to be number 1 in India in solar. That's what the thing. Wind also we are giving the thing. And in the meantime, we will storage facilities, battery also. That is very important to store the solar in a battery and the peak hours we wanted to supply electricity to the people. With all this thing, we welcome all of you. Anything from Karnataka, we are all very the Karnataka people known for their hospitality and the people, God's own people are in Karnataka. I think that they tells God's own country is Kerala, but God's own people is in Karnataka. Karnataka people are very good. Please, I think any of the people you have not visited the other part of Karnataka, you are always welcome and our department is willing to extend any support for you. That's why we are here and we will work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you for those inspiring words and all those insights you shared and the aspirations of the government. It's a real testimony for the growth that this state has seen and we are all energized internationally as well. And we want to really amplify this message to Australia that Karnataka is ready to partner with Australia. Thank you, sir, for taking your time and your words as well. A round of applause for the Honorable Minister for his kind words there. I think... Yeah, thank you again. Yeah, I understand the Minister has to leave. Thank you again for taking time to be part of this session. Thank you. Take a photo. Just 5 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Train. Yeah. Yeah. Could you just do 10 minutes, please? I'll just wrap up this. One more question and then. Just one more question and then. We will just resume the session and we will obviously have interaction for the audience as well. I request all of you to be seated so that we can resume our session. Please. All right, we'll just resume the session and yeah, pleased to have Denise and Malini representing the Australian government. If you can all be seated, would appreciate that. Thank you. So Denise, I will bring you in at this stage. You heard the Honourable Minister speak, the Additional Chief Secretary speak, and also the MD Credle speak about Karnataka. We want to hear about Australia. You know, Australia is obviously on the forefront of technology and the resources. So there's so much of complementarity. Maybe, you know, you can shed some insights on some of the technologies, some of the opportunities that we can offer for Karnataka, very specifically some of the delegations, some of the companies who have already launched and accelerated. It would be great to hear from an Australian perspective.
Thank you so much, Irfan, and it was, I'm honoured and humbled that the Minister blessed us with his presence today and demonstrates the strong relationship that Australia and India has with each other. I think our partnership and our relationship is at an all-time high, and we really need to leverage off that. As the Minister said, you know, Australia does have some great innovation, and I think, Irfan, you said as well with KP used it with the solar panels. They were invented in Australia, and now 90% of the solar panels around the world are using the technology that came out of University of New South Wales. I'm also really excited to say that out of the 100 leading research universities around the world, Australia has 9 in the top 100 research universities. Now, 9 doesn't sound like a big number, particularly in the Indian context, but for us, it's pretty substantial. And to put numbers in a context for people in India, your population in Karnataka is 2.5 times the population of all of Australia. 2.5 times the size of our population. And yet our country, Australia, is 2.5 times larger than all of India. So those numbers, 9, doesn't seem like a big number, but it's pretty significant for us. So some clever technology. And we know India is very good at scaling. We know India's positioning itself as a manufacturing hub for the globe. And we think, as Irfan said, you know, there's those complementarities and the synergies between our two nations, and we really need to leverage off that. In terms of Australia's commitment to pursuing renewable energy solutions, we have quite a lot of government incentives to support that. So there's the Future Made in Australia, which has allocated 22 billion Australian dollars, which is about 15 billion American dollars, to enhance our capability in the renewable energy sector. Specifically, there is the critical minerals incentive. So any company that invests in Australia to process critical minerals, they get a 10% tax incentive. For hydrogen production, there is also a tax credit which allows for $2 per kilo of eligible hydrogen produced to bring the cost down of hydrogen. And I am talking about the incentives the Australian government offers, but Indian government offers some great incentives as well. So I quite often hear the narrative from all countries, oh, we have to make in India, we have to make in Australia. And that's great, but we can't make everything in India and we can't make everything in Australia. And our partnership that we have means that there are so many synergies where we can work together to help each other build and diversify our supply chains.
Thank you, Denise. And I'll probably delve a bit more into some of those opportunities as well subsequently. But on the note, Malini, if I can invite you to, we've heard about NSW a lot. There's a lot of action that is happening in clean energy, and a lot of focus at battery storage technologies. There are some companies quite actively interested as well. Please share insights about what's happening in this sector in New South Wales and what Karnataka can leverage.
Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. Just wanted to inform that I come from Mumbai. Woke up at 3:30 this morning to be here. And it was so pleasant to hear from everybody who spoke about New South Wales. And we've heard about UNSW, but there was also the mention of MG Thermal. So I'm really happy to be here. And I think like Gaurav Gupta ji said that, think beyond a few of the states, and I think even Minister said that. I'm going to go back with the message and talk to a lot of New South Wales companies about doing business here in Karnataka. So I'm really happy to be here. Just on your question of what's happening at New South Wales, and Denise, you also mentioned quite a bit. It's quite an innovation hub. And when you talk about Australia's renewable energy target and the commitment of about 82% of renewable energy by 2030, New South Wales is really at the forefront, and which is why I decided if there's a session on Australia-India Clean Tech, since we are such an important actor in this particular space, I should show up. So we've had a number of New South Wales companies that have come here and possibly, explored opportunities. You heard battery storage a couple of times, and I know there's a company called Sicona that's already very active in this market, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but working with an Indian partner here, and Denise, you've been involved in facilitating that as well. There's again, a company called Gelion that's developing the next stage chemistry, lithium, sulfur, and also zinc for batteries. And you, in Karnataka, you have a very vibrant EV industry, so there's an opportunity, and they're having some active conversations. But I also would like to talk about one or two more things, and as the new year started, I've entertained a couple of companies, and specific to Karnataka, I read a tweet by Mr. Anand Mahindra. It was quite a joke, and I'm sure many of you caught it, about Bangalore traffic. And he was showcasing his new EV vehicle, and he said that I was stalled in traffic, but I appreciate it because it was a live showroom for me. So I know everybody talks about Bangalore traffic, and we have an organization, it's a New South Wales government organization called SCATS, which is Sydney Coordinated Traffic Systems, and we had them here in Bangalore, also interacted with the traffic department. We are trying to facilitate a collaboration between SCATS and CDAC, which is the Indian government organization. They also have a big presence in Bangalore, and the SCATS software technology has also managed big events like Qatar World Cup. So I think the beauty of this technology is that 12% fuel consumption reduction, and we want to bring such technologies into more broadly the Indian market, but definitely into Bangalore. Another example I can give is, again, University of New South Wales, but a different department called as SMART, which is run by an Indian origin Australian citizen called Veena Sahajwala. She's made a couple of trips here, and JSW have a plant in Karnataka and Vijayanagar, and there are talks on to look at how we can look at green steel. So she does a recycling sort of she has a recycling concept, and she's looking at setting up a concept of a micro factory at the JSW plant to look at manufacturing green steel. So I'll leave it at that, but there's several other examples. I'll
come back to some of them. Rudrapaji, if I can invite you, you had an amazing trip to Australia, and I want to reflect on that. And I was really amazed the interest and time you spent at UNSW, the universities, the industry you visited, and all you had was obviously how can I take this to Karnataka, build pilot scale, commercial scale at Karnataka to leverage some of the needs, especially energy storage and even waste to energy as well you were looking at. So what were some of the key things that really stood out, and we've already started traction on some of those initiatives as well, if you want to reflect on those.
Mr. Malik, I mean the visit was very fruitful. To mention what Malini has mentioned, when we visited New South Wales University, there are a lot of things happening at the microfactory, and so a lot of inventions are happening. when we also visited CSIRO facility in Melbourne, we saw, the Toyota doing some research with that research organization on the improvement of efficiency of batteries. Because a lot of things are happening. So with the new, UNSW, we have signed an MOU to start an incubation center, basically to support the startup cells. So that is what we have already initiated. And then, yes, with respect to critical minerals, since battery is going to be very critical in the days to come, I think I can see some of the faces. We met them in Australia. They are into various things. I think shortly we are coming up with battery storage tenders of 1 gigawatt, wherein Government of India gives VGF, viability gap funding. So many of the companies, as our ACS suggested, can connect with us through the Australian Trade Commission, so that there is something an offer from to the Australian companies. So they can be part of this journey, whether it is in the battery energy space, storage space, or in the solar. And subsequently, we are also going for a tender of 2 gigawatt solar plus BESS. It's a huge capacity. It's close to Bangalore. I think that tender will be coming in maybe in a month or two time. Like this, a lot of tenders are coming. Only thing is that we want to know what is required to connect both Australian technologies and what we want. So I hope so your collaboration with us will help us in taking them forward. Yeah,
thank you, Rudrapraji. I think, Dennis, that's a good segue. Obviously, we've had a couple of delegations led by Smart Energy Council as well, who visited companies like 5B, and a lot of them have already now built partnership. I think even with Swelect as well, we've seen some good traction. Do you want to share some more insights on some of the companies and where we can accelerate, especially the energy storage is becoming as a key area of focus as well?
Yeah, sure. And I think it's very important, as we saw from the Minister and KP going to Australia, engaging with businesses, understanding the business culture, and vice versa. It's so important that we're different nations, we have different ways of thinking, but we're good friends, so we need to get to know each other even better. Austrade with New South Wales Government has brought out quite a number of missions. In 2022 and 2023, we brought out a critical minerals mission. So companies were looking and exploring opportunities to supply their critical minerals into the supply chain here in India. And that was significant because before I came to India, which was 2.5 years ago, I met with a lot of these miners of critical minerals, and India wasn't on their radar. They didn't, their perceptions was, oh yes, India, they manufacture a couple of two-wheelers, but it's not a big market. India is huge, and I think that message has got back to those miners of the significance and the growth in this market. Also the fact that you're also looking to achieve net zero by 2070, so there's that commitment to renewables. So we're having missions come out. In 2024 or 2023, we had the Smart Energy Council mission come out again too. In 2024, we had the largest renewable energy delegation out of Australia come to India, and they went to India Energy Storage Week. There was 50 companies from Australia who came here to explore relationships and understand the Indian market. We're going to be supporting that event again this year, and we're hoping to have more than 50, and we will bring that delegation to South India. So please do engage with the companies when they come out, and do visit Australia as well. And as you said, Irfan, there's a number of examples of success stories. There's a company, Energy Exemplar, who do simulation software. They are active. They have an office here in India. They are actively selling and engaging with India and working with Indian governments for mutual growth. And I guess for that, it brings me to that concept of partnership. Australian companies come to India to talk about partnership. They don't say, we're coming to sell you something or we're coming to buy something. We want to partner. And of course, good partners grow from each other. They take the best of each other and then they amplify that. So that's the mindset I think we need to have. And I do see that with Indian and Australian companies. It's about that partnership. So Energy Exemplar, Power Ledger is another company with an office here, and Chura. Sorry, Malini, not mention not New South Wales companies, but you'll forgive me later. So there's quite a few companies here in India looking to grow with Indian firms. And you did mention 5B. They came into India not to sell into India, but to partner with Waaree to then manufacture for the American market. So again, it's that partnership. We bring a win-win solution to then grow together.
Thank you, Denise, for sharing those wonderful examples as well. So already there is a good traction, and the key message, all of this happened when companies have taken the leap of faith to visit. So these companies from Australia, they made an effort, and we invite Indian companies as well across the ecosystem, solar PV, to even skills training that space as well. We need more of these talent pool there. The technology, digital twins, across to green hydrogen, waste to energy. There's phenomenal opportunities to leverage and partner. And of course, there will be major conferences happening in May and later in the year as well in Sydney, Melbourne, other locations. Please take those opportunities to come and visit and explore those partnerships as well. On a final note, Malini, if you can, you also hosted quite a few Indian companies, including Tata Power and all in New South Wales. What are some of the traction, especially I see huge opportunities for battery companies here to leverage critical minerals. We've got vanadium to all sort of critical minerals in Australia. What's been some of the traction you're seeing with some of the Indian companies?
Yeah, and it's good you mentioned, we do so much in the green economy space that I almost forgot about that trip. This happened in 2022. We hosted an experiential trip of some CEOs in the clean energy space to New South Wales and showed them not only our assets, but also technology and our port facilities, as a gateway to export some of that. I think those visits and also the outreach from Australian companies into the market have yielded a lot of dividend. One area we're also seeing traction around is Indian PSUs actually looking at capitalizing on the critical minerals office opportunity, and they're looking at opening offices in Australia. And I think at the moment we've got interest from 2 or 3 such PSUs. So I think that's growing in importance. Of course, the technology piece is so important where even right now as we speak, Australia and India have launched a fund, and it's the 16th round, the Australia-India Strategic Research Fund. And one of the areas is focused on circularity and recycling. So that's up for grabs. I think there's a lot of traction around storage, PV. We're also seeing around hydrogen technology. And given that we have something to show, we have about 5 renewable energy zones in New South Wales. I think there's a lot of traction around most of the value chain.
I would invite all of you to come to Sydney and Newcastle area, which is amazing ecosystem. And the opportunities are plenty. It just needs people there to harvest and nurture some of these opportunities. I'll wrap it up on the note and invite questions. We'll probably take 3 or 4 questions at max. Let's start with this gentleman in the front.
Hello, Malini. I have actually heard your regarding the comments on the Anand Mahindra. I want to know the Bangalore's traffic problem can be solved. How, and is there any solution, or what the Australian industries can help?
So you've put me into a trap. So we were trying to explore in a small way. So obviously the Indian government agency CDAC, which is linked to the Ministry of Electronics and IT, is the leading association that manages the various traffic intersections across this country. SCATS, which is the counterpart in Australia, based out of Sydney, they've done a lot of work in managing some of the large events. And 2 years ago, I was having a conversation with them when India hosted G20 to bring that technology and let's do a trial, etc., which failed because of various reasons. They also have, as I mentioned, done the Qatar World Cup, and we used that as an evidence. And then discussions progressed, and we said that they should come down to India because I had connected them virtually and I said to demonstrate commitment, you come down. And then CDAC introduced them, invited them at an IIT Bombay workshop. And it was a traffic management workshop last month, and I requested them to come down. They've spent a lot of time, both these associations. And to be honest, we are now at a stage where we are trying to see how compatible both of them can be. This is not a one-off visit. I think what's going to happen from here on is there's also a similar traffic management international event that's going to happen in Sydney, organized by SCATS. And we're going to invite CDAC to come and have a look at, what they've done. And SCATS is not alien to India. They already have done 2 pilot projects, one in Saranpur and one in Jamnagar. So they do understand India, but we definitely, the approach is not to come here. And I think as Dennis put it very nicely, Australia is not here to teach India how to do things, because I think everybody knows the whole idea is to partner, work together, and that's why I mentioned that, they work together and see how compatible they are, and then manage this robust problem. So I think that will be the approach. It's going to take a bit of time, but there'll be a few deliberations, and we'll ensure that, this is a good success story, hopefully, for the future.
Thank you, thank you.
And sorry, can I just add, I live in Bangalore, and people always say to me, how can you live in Bangalore, the traffic's so bad? And I don't understand that question, because it's bad in every major city in India.
Good afternoon. It was a nice session and very great insights. I am Naved Akhtar from Value Petro. We are the leading lubricant manufacturers. We are specializing in textile lubricants, mining lubricants. So we want to explore the possibility of entering into Australia in a big way. Here we have 2 manufacturing facilities in Chennai and Mumbai. So it was a nice relation. Let's see how we can explore, and nice insights by Mr. Irfan also.
We'll take that forward, and definitely we'll connect you with the right teams there to take it forward.
Sure.
Thank
you so much.
We'll just focus on renewable sector. Sir, I will thank Rudrapa ji. I know you have to head for another round table. Thank you, and a round of applause for Rudrapa ji for his time. Thank you. So we'll just one last question to wrap up the session.
This is the silicon wafer used in solar and semiconductor. We manufactured this 40 years before in India, Hosur, 40 kilometers from here. Even in India today, nobody is manufacturing this. I visited Australia 30 years before. I have seen the solar application. I visited 2 times, but Australia was small country, as you say, but India compared to. Now there are so many manufacturers of solar modules in India, but cell manufacturers are few coming up, but wafer manufacturers 0, except Adani. I want to know to her whether somebody wants to set up a facility to manufacture equipment to manufacture this, and we can supply for Australian government, wafers, cells, everything, and also module factory can be established. I am in this field for 40 years. I know everything about solar, from the polysilicon to module making. I supplied materials from Germany for 30 years in India. Chinese have dominated now India. Therefore, we should be self-reliant, make in India. This is the mission. But Australia can cooperate with us. I can talk about it.
You want to start off? Yeah.
Definitely keen to talk to you, and we can do this after the session. Australia has had quite a few innovations, as we said, in the solar space. There's another company who does 3D printable solar panels, and they're working and collaborating in India. So happy to share my card with you, and we can talk further.
I think this is definitely, as we touched on, there's a lot of effort and focus that Australian government has got to build resilience within Australia. So there's a whole future made in Australia with a large fund as well has been allocated, and where they're looking to build that capability, but obviously in partnership. We want to ensure that there's a partnership which is scalable and sustainable with India. So definitely, and our view is, and I myself, I can talk for myself, I'm projecting this new India is not the outsourcing India. This is the partnering India, which is ready to put skin in the game and investment into Australia. So this is something we would love to see in partnership, say with UNSW or University of Newcastle, others, where they can leverage that and help and scale and build some manufacturing capability there itself. And value addition happening in Australia itself. As long as it's automated and, there's a lot of automation. That's the key, because we are short of resources and, people. as long as there's automation and we can leverage all the critical minerals from Australia as well for those. Thank you. So we'll take one last question from the gentleman there. And then we'll wrap up this session.
Yes. Just want to find out how many local companies have you been working with so far, and what are some of the problems that you face, and would you be interested to work with a Singapore-based company?
Why is a hard question always left to the last? So was it how many companies we're working with, or?
How many companies have you partnered with locally?
Oh my gosh, I don't even think I could put a number onto that. So, as I said, just one mission alone, we had 50 Australian companies come here, and we set up meetings with over 300 Indian firms, and that's just for one event. So, Melanie and my role is to meet with companies and help facilitate those partnerships. So, hard to put a number on that. And what was the second part of your question? Oh. Happy to partner with Singapore, happy to partner with anybody who wants to help our mutual growth.
Well, I mean, I'll just add on to this, and Singapore and Australia we have a traditionally great relationship, and Singapore and India has got a great relationship. So leveraging this multilateral partnership, but ultimately the benefits, the global benefit, we're open for that. Definitely. And in fact, I talk about the free trade agreement. There's a free trade agreement between Australia and India and UAE and Australia. So there's already a trilateral opportunity. Similar we have with Singapore as well. So definitely keen to explore. Thank you. We'll wrap it up on that note. Thank you for joining aboard on behalf of Austrade, Investment New South Wales, Australian government, Credit and Karnataka government, and the Australia-India Business Council. I thank you all, and I'm really looking forward to, and one message I want to leave is Australia and India relationship is based on trust and long-term that we are bridging. Our diaspora is playing a key role. Great, phenomenal opportunity, and I would invite you all to come there. I mean, you just need to find an anchor event. We will facilitate a delegation or pathway to host you all, match you with the right opportunity, and then how we can help you scale as well. So it's again taking that leap of faith to visit Australia. That's when it opens up opportunities. So I'll leave that note, and we welcome to Australia whenever you get a chance, or align your schedule with some of the events that's happening. Thank you again, and look forward to chatting with you all. Thank you.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, as we have an immediate session lined up next, request we all we do have a security protocol for the next session. Unfortunately, you'll have to vacate the hall because the security team will have to do a quick run through, a quick security protocol. Everybody has to vacate the hall as requested by Ladies and gentlemen, request you to please vacate the hall as requested by the authorities. We need to do a quick security check. Apologies for the inconvenience. Sorry? Sir, I'm really sorry. Please take your bags along with. Okay, a couple of people have...
Please, LRO, for security purpose, please. Bags, idre tagondogi, please. For security purpose, please.
ಹಲೋ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇದೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
A minha alma é branca e nua é a minha voz. Branca é a face do meu canvas. Criador, sonhando o mundo. Infinito, não manifesto. A mente em tudo o que é branco. Pureza da neve virgem, margem branca do mundo. Neve, noiva sagrada, grávida de um grande segredo. Um grito silencioso de paz. A mãe purifica o mundo. Consciência divina, consciência divina, eu quero paz.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome. Apologies on the start of the delay for this session. Nonetheless, it's lovely to see the bright minds looking forward to what our delegates and dignitaries from all across the globe joining us out here for this session has to share with you. Without any further ado, let's dive straight into it. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on sky to soil, how drones, agri-tech, and clean energy are transforming sustainability. Allow me the pleasure to introduce to you our presenters for today. We have Ms. Orly Weitzman, Consul General of Israel to South India. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming Ms. Orly Weitzman on stage. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time off and joining us out here at Invest Karnataka 2025. From Dronacharya Tech Hub, we have Leanne Ghosh, Country Head. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming Ms. Ghosh. From GreenTech Hub Limited, we have Mr. Abner Shin, Chief Agronomist. If we could have you join us out here, sir. Thank you, sir, for taking the time off and joining us out here for Invest Karnataka 2025. Lovely to have your presence for this particular panel. From agriplast Limited, we have Mr. Rishabh Kumar Roy, founder and MD. Sorry, apologies, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Roy, founder and MD. Thank you, sir, for joining us out here. From Ayala Water and Technology, we have Ms. Sindhu Cherian, Director. Ms. Sindhu, Thank you for joining us for NS Karnataka 2025. And from Solar Edge, we have Mr. Venkatesan S., Head of Sales. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us out here. Surely we all are looking forward to what you have to share with us with regards to this topic. It certainly sounds interesting. Ms. Weitzman, I'll leave it to you to lead the discussion forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today. Invest Karnataka is one of the most exciting events that we can see here in Karnataka, because I think it gives an opportunity to different countries and different sectors to showcase their abilities and the connections that they may have with Karnataka. In the case of Israel, Israel is a very strong ally with India, and we have lots of cooperations in different fields in India, not only in Karnataka. We saw that very well today, in this beginning of this week, at Aero India. And today we're focusing on the connections with Karnataka. We have quite a few companies here joining us who represent Israeli companies. They'll all introduce themselves. Just to save time, I'll allow them to introduce themselves and tell a little bit about their companies. But these sectors basically represent, like we said, from sky basically to all the way to water, the different technologies that we have, whether it's drones, whether it's energy, agriculture, or water technologies. And I think that's a very good showcase of Israeli technology, which connects well to Karnataka and the needs of Karnataka and what Karnataka has to offer. Most of the people here today are Indian representatives of Israeli companies, which I think also demonstrates the strength of the connection and the amount of work that's being done between India and Israel. Having the representatives here working with a local Indian staff and being able to connect to Indian companies and Indian needs is one of the best showcases of the deep connections that we all have. So with no further ado, and in order to allow maximum time to talk about the companies and to allow you all to ask some questions after, which I'm sure you'll have, I'll allow companies to introduce themselves. Leanne?
Thank you so much. I'm Leanne Ghosh. I represent GreenTech Hub. So I work for GreenTech Hub. I'm the CEO, and we are proud to represent the Optronics Group here today. The Optronics Group does a whole lot of stuff when it comes to optics and, of course, drones. And our mission and goal is to make sure that people in India understand and drive holistic development in drones, right from individuals to companies. So that's what we do in India. And today I'm going to give you, we just have about 5 minutes each, so I'm going to kind of express talk and tell you as much as I can about our company and what we do in India. So today's topic is employability and using drones to drive employability. And just want to take a step back and try to ask you all, or ask myself, really what is employability, right? So for me, employability would be communication skills, it would be teamwork, it would be critical thinking, it would be problem solving, time management, all of that. And we feel in today's college environment, most of the kids, when they get out of college, they don't know enough about these skills, and therefore they're not really employable. So what we wanted to do was to figure out a way to help these kids get employable and also obviously sell our drones, because that's what we do. So quick case study here. Meet Amit. In April 2024, he was a class topper. He was doing really well. He was pretty much, he had a GPA of 4+, and he was widely popular. He was loved by his professors and his peers. And he even got placed within the top 10% payment bracket. Fast forward a few months, Amit's in his job, he's working today. He's absolutely miserable. He hates his role, he hates what he's doing. He doesn't fit in anywhere. He doesn't understand the basics of project management, and he's just simply lost. But we think that maybe if Amit had come and been with DTH and done some of our programs, this wouldn't have been his fate. So what do we offer? We offer something called DBL, which is drone-based learning. And we use drones as a platform to teach people about the entire project management cycle. We use drones as a platform to make everything applicable in real time and to ensure that people or students learn to solve problems that they'll face in their career, in their life. They learn how to work project management, they learn agile, they learn to collaborate, they learn all of the little stuff that really makes a difference, which takes someone from being a good person when they're done with university to being a good employee. So that's what we do. And this is really the life cycle that we follow. So it's no different than any project management life cycle. You start with ideation, and then if the idea is good, you come up with a drone-based solution, and you do that with your group. And from there, you do the research, you do a project charter, you'd actually implement your solution, you'd fly. So you'd actually get to fly your drone to see if the solution worked, and then you would do a fly fix and close your project. So while you're doing that, you would learn everything you needed to learn about project management, about critical thinking, about working in a team, collaboration, etc. So, take you back in time. This is a little story. We actually did this, so I'm not just talking. In 1923, we actually created a drone lab. We wanted to do it in a small town, so we did it in Vijayawada, a small tier 2 metro city. We gave them all the tools and the skills they needed to come up with projects, and then we got them to actually go to the rice fields beyond and fly their drones. We saw diversity really happen on the ground. And these are the assets. These are the kids that actually worked on the drones. They're the ones that came up with the problems. They're the ones that figured out the solution. And they drove success, results. Okay? It's important that we talk about results because we want you guys to know that this does really work. So top placements from that college all went to kids that came to the program. For the next year, our DBPL program is completely filled. Like every kid in the college wants to be part of something different. They want to learn. And we've also done this in Israel. So our curriculum is not just for India. We've done this successfully in Israel as well. And we're working with the ICTE to get this certified. How did we do this? One side was the education. The other side was the hardware. And that's the place where we really used a lot of Israel tech. So we built a drone called Vikas. Vikas is a really cool drone. You don't need to solder, you don't need anything. It's literally snap and fly. And it's built on open source. So you can pretty much put a camera, you can do AI, you can do ME, you can do whatever you want with the drone. This is what it looks like, and we're happy to be selling it. That's pretty much about us. I want to leave you guys with a simple thought. This is a picture from Ukraine. And when the war started, they were obviously using drones. But if you think about it, nobody has any clue as to how to use a drone, how to fly the drone, how to maintain the drone. If you look at India, today we're in a similar situation. Thankfully, we don't have a war. But before anything like that happens, we can teach people how to use drones. There's a long tail behind drones, including drone engineering. Our goal is to sometime get to the place where people actually design drones in India. That's all from me, and I'll hand it over to the next person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was fascinating to hear about the opportunities of education, and we'll stay in the area of the sky or things to do with the sky. I'd like Mr. Venkasen to speak to us about the SolarEdge.
Hi, good afternoon to all. To quickly introduce myself, Venkatesan from SolarEdge, India. I am representing Indian organization from SolarEdge. So just to quickly introduce SolarEdge, we are a solar inverter manufacturing company, started in Israel in 2006, and we have been a listed company. We are a NASDAQ listed company, and 2018 we also become one of the global leader in solar inverters, and we have a different technology called DC optimizer based inverter technology. So that's what I am going to quickly take you over. So today we have more than 41 lakh of sites are getting installed with SolarEdge, and if you take globally 100 Fortune companies, if you take 100 Fortune companies, out of which 50 companies are using our solutions already, and we are serving the global market. So that where we have a presence of 140 plus countries, and we are very strong in terms of technology. So that's where you can see more than 1,000 patents are available with SolarEdge, and more than 4,200 plus employees are there in our team. And we have very strong presence. As I mentioned, we have presence in 36 countries where we have our direct sales and support service, and also we have a distributed manufacturing facilities across globally. So today we have 7 manufacturing facilities across global, and in specific to R&D center, we have our main R&D center in Israel, followed with Korea, Bulgaria and India. So in India, we have our head office in Bangalore. So anytime anybody would like to have more detail about our technology, about our product, are most welcome, and you can visit our office anytime. And this is our capabilities, so cutting edge technology. So starting from the in-house development, starting from hardware, power electronics, mechanics, software, data science, cyber security and ASCII, everything is we have in-house. So that is one of our main strengths. So that's where we bring a cutting edge technology, and we have our industry 4.0 standard manufacturing facility in Israel. So where is completely an automated manufacturing line that we have. Because of time, I'm quickly flipping. In case if you want more details, I'm available, we can discuss always. And coming specific to India, we started our office in Bangalore in 2017. So almost last 8 years we are present in India, and we have a very strong presence in India after we started. So we have 1 gigawatt of installations already in India, which is spread across 8,500 plus sites. And you can see on the right hand side the map. So we have a very vast presence across India, and these are some of our installation base. Today, you know, solar is a big talk among all the sectors. Solar is a green energy, and everybody needs a green energy or green power. So that's where we contribute a lot to the green energy or the clean energy, I can say. So coming how our technology is different from the regular inverter technology, because today if you see there are multiple inverters are available in the market. So just to give an overview, what is an inverter? Inverter is which converts the DC to AC. So we harvest the power from the solar or from the sun using the solar panels, which produce a direct current. And we need an inverter to convert the DC to AC, as our loads are all running on the alternate current. So that's where we come into the picture. As I mentioned, today there are many inverters or many technologies are available in the market, but they have certain limitations in terms of the technology. Certain limitations like what we have mentioned here. One is the energy loss. Because of their topology, they have a lot of energy loss, which means for a customer, the revenue loss will be very high, and they don't have much of flexibility in terms of the design and in terms of module level monitoring and the safety. So these are some of the limitations of what they have in the regular inverter technology. And that's where SolarEdge has a different solution. So we call it as a DC optimizer based inverter solution. So where we have a split approach in our technology. Rather having the MPPT is nothing but a maximum power point tracker, which try to harvest the maximum power from the solar modules. So instead of having the both MPPT and the DC to AC in a single unit, so we have it, or we have split it into two parts. So basically we have a power optimizer or a DC optimizer we call it, which harvests power from each panels or at the module level rather I can say, and the inverter just converts the DC to AC. So what is the advantage? Whatever the limitations what we saw in the string inverters or the traditional inverter can be overcome with this technology. So that means you will be having more energy compared to the regular inverter technology. Plus you will also have a module level monitoring. Each and every solar modules can be monitored in our technology. Plus you can also have a highest safety standards in our technology. So these are the three key advantages or benefits what we bring in terms of our solution. And if you see, we have an optimizer, we have the inverters, and we have also the module level monitoring. It's a cloud-based solution which is completely free for lifetime. So where you can monitor each and every module, individual modules you can monitor so that you have the complete information about your solar power plant. So that's about our technology. So in short, what are the advantages or benefits of our technology? Obviously, you'll be having more power compared to any other inverter technology, plus you will be having optimized energy ecosystem. And then the enhanced safety and security. Today the safety and security plays a very vital role in any power plant. So when we talk about safety, obviously the plant need to have a completely safe mechanism. And in terms of cyber security, as we know, today every business is having a cyber security threat. So that's where we also have an advantage or edge over other inverter technology. And it's completely a reliable solution. Just to give an understanding or the overview how the technology works. So if you see on the right hand side, the string inverter technology, even if one module is having a problem, then the entire string will have an impact. Whereas that is not case with SolarEdge. Since we have the module level optimization, each and every PV module will have its own power generation, or we can harvest more power from each module. So that's how you will be having more energy compared to the string inverter. And as I mentioned, you have the module level monitoring also with the help of the optimizer, and you can have a better design compared to the other inverter technology, meaning you can occupy more space, or you can utilize the complete space what is available in the ground or in the roof. So that way you will be having a better energy generation compared to the regular inverter technology. And in terms of cyber security, SolarEdge is the first company which complies to all the cyber security requirement today. And that also makes more safe for anybody installing the solar inverter in their factory or in the residence. So today if you see, there is a lot of push is happening from the Prime Minister side or from the PMO side about the Surya Ghar program, and there imagine like more and more solar plants are getting installed in each and every residence. Obviously every house is having an internet connection. So that's where the cyber security also comes a very important thing, and SolarEdge complies 100% to all the cyber security requirement. So that's in short and brief about our company and technology, and this is my contact details. So anytime if you want somebody to have more information, feel free to reach me, so that definitely we can have a detailed discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I think it's fascinating. It always boggles my mind how the sun is just out there and there's so much potential there that we can then harvest. So thank you for that. I'd like to invite Mr. Avner Chin, who's the Chief Agronomist of GreenTech Hub, to tell us a little bit about your company.
Hello everybody. I'm very thankful for your patience of waiting for us. And my name is Avner Chin, and I am an Israeli agriculture and farming expert. And I was made in India. I'm a grandson of a paddy farmer from Maharashtra, and this is my motivation to come again and again before you in India and help build farms. So now we have joined hands with GreenTech Hub. It is a company of Mr. David Mizrahi, and we have same visions of helping small holding farmers to get to the, in a nutshell, I would say, we want to bring back the belief of farmers in farming. And this is what we are going to do. And we have done it all over. I have done many projects in India, and now we want to do it together and help farmers. When I see a farmer in India with a bullock and a plow, I get feedbacks from my grandfather doing the same. So we have to change these things. And what I want to say, that these are big projects, but I believe in God of small things. We have to do the small things. You know, India has rocket science, but we are failing in small things. So by God willing and your help, we will do it and bring back the farming. You see, before I go on with the presentation, I want to say a thought. We have a secret in Israel. The Israeli farming and the farmers has a secret. And what we do, we first sell, then we plan, and then we plant. And I and Rajiv Roy, we have built the first Indo-Israel demonstration farm in Pusa Institute. And I had this experience of going to Azadpur Mandi, and I see the Punjabi tomato grower lorry truck and the farmer coming to the dalal in Azadpur Mandi and telling him, Babaji Lelo. When he says Babaji Lelo, the farmer is a gone case. So this is my introduction, and we have to change all this. We have to plan, sell first, then plan, and then plant. Next, please. Pardon? Okay. Technology. Okay. Our technologies, we are doing, GreenTech is doing many things all over, and we are doing grey water treatment, digital rain harvesting, high efficiency biogas production. You see, I will give you a small example. We have home biogas in Israel that is so simple that every farmer puts his kitchen waste and gets gas and fertilizers. So again and again, I will tell you today about God of small things. Yes, we'll do the big things also, but we have to go to the small things too. Smart agriculture, AI sensors, I'll talk a little bit more about it because this is my expertise. Fresh produce and health products. You see, we have to grow fresh produce. We have to grow safe food. And this is the second secret of Israeli farmers. I grow only safe food. Organic farming is good, but organic farming has its back steps. You cannot produce the maximum production. The produce doesn't look the best, okay? So I grow with chemical fertilizers, but I grow safe food. I don't spray. In Israel, we grow orchards without spraying. No spraying. We are growing mangoes and exporting mangoes. Do you believe Magnifera indica is grown in Israel and sent abroad? So all these things we have to do. Okay? Poultry breeding, I know I eat eggs. Beyond that, I don't know. We'll see GreenTech doing the things. Agriculture application, smart. About the digital platform, I'm going to say a little bit more. Okay. Did I go faster? No. Okay, so this is the concept that we want to bring. We want to bring the concept of delivering to the farmers the needs of the farmers. So we have, this is a big picture. You can take a picture, but I'll go to the point that I am interested to show you. We have Israeli experts in this platform. One is standing just in front of you. And we have students, BSc students or Baravi Napas, doesn't matter. We have students that are the mediators from the Israeli exporters, Israeli experts to the farmers, to the local farmers. I know a little bit of Marathi, but Kannada I don't know anything about, not even a word. So we need this kind of BSc Agri and students that will communicate. And then we do online and offline training to the farmers. That means almost everything nowadays, you know, we have rocket science. We don't need to come to the field. We can know everything, but I don't believe in it all the time. Some of the time you can do it. Most of the time, you know what I say sometimes when I come to a farmer, Mali hai, Malik nahi hai. In many farms, you see that there is a gardener, they're taking care, but the owner, the Malik should be in the place, otherwise there's no good farming. Okay, so this is more or less my point of view of showing you this big slide. Okay, you see, we are still, you know, I am an Indian and an Israeli. I can talk good and bad about both countries. So what I say that we Indian farmers, we are still irrigating, if we are irrigating with flood irrigation. But thank God, since 96, when I was first here, we left India in 69. So I came back in 96. So since 96, things have been moving. We are using drip irrigation. We are using drip fertigation, we are doing AI, we have progressed a lot in India in farming. But here we are going to bring, you know, one step further. One step further means we are going to bring this auto-agronome, AI auto-agronome. Auto-agronome is a sensor that feels, it talks with the roots. It's talking with the roots. It's looking what the roots want and gives what the roots want. There is a sensor there, and it does the job. Now, I'm going to tell you another secret. I'm telling you too many secrets, but it's okay. So, the next secret is that even in drip irrigation, sometimes we choke the roots. We are giving 6 liters of water in one time, in half an hour or 1 hour. It is not so healthy. This program, God willing, will bring it to Karnataka in the beginning and to India. It is giving water so that oxygen will also come with the water. Okay? So I don't know if I'm telling a secret, but I think these things are already happening. But our program is that we are going to give water and oxygen to the roots. That's how the performance of the plant will be far, far better. Because the plants will tell us, I'm choking, I need water, or I need oxygen. So that is a beautiful, beautiful program that we have. David Mizrahi has done it, and I'm going to implement it. Okay. Okay, so as I said, digital farming community platform. What does it say? The best Israeli farmers and agronomists, I can read here, with years of experience and a company at least, in short, I told you, Israeli experts will be guiding Indian farmers through the students, without the students, directly. So, okay, a digital farming community platform education. You see, you understand education and training of farmers, but I want to tell you a secret, another secret of Israel. Okay, 60 years ago, we didn't have wildflowers. We didn't have wildflowers because everybody picked wildflowers and took it home. So 60 years ago, our nature reservists started teaching kindergarten children not to pick flowers. And God willing, you come anytime to Israel, you'll see carpets of wildflowers, anemone, ranunculus, and whatever. Okay? So what I mean to say here is that in each of our projects, for example, if we build the DFCP, we'll have a small niche for schools. School children can come and see and understand and know that tomatoes are not grown in supermarkets. And we want to put the love of farming in the children of the farmers. And that is how we are going to build a new generation of farmers. First of all, put faith of farming in farmers and put the love of farming in their children. Okay? I'm telling my interpretation of all these slides, so excuse me. Okay, so we want to encourage farmers, FPOs to join us. We are putting this digital platform for a group of farmers that a village that we want to get started, starting tomorrow, but we want FPOs and farming communities to join us because we believe and we will deliver. Okay, that's what I said. We want FPOs to join hands with us. I think, thank you very much.
Thank you, Avner. We'll stay in the agricultural field, and I'd like to ask Mr. Ajib Kumar to speak about agriplast.
Good afternoon. No energy in the room. From a full day training session to 5 minutes of presentation, for me also is a new revelation. So Abner, you said a very nice statement, Mali hai, Malik nahi hai. So I just want to know how many of you are actually interested in agriculture? And how many of you are really genuinely committed to agriculture? That's a good presence, great. So agriplast stands for higher yields, better quality and more profits. Agriplast makes this possible. So this sounds like a mystery to you. How do we do that? Let me tell you that I am representing the longest surviving, probably one of the longest surviving Indian company which is working with an Israeli company almost 30 plus years. And yes, I am the batchmate of Sundar Pichai, so sole survivor from IIT who is still surviving in the field of agriculture. Also had IAM, and I founded two companies. One is called Agriplast Tech India Private Limited, which deals with the products which is related to protected farming. The second company is Agriplast Protected Cultivation, which does all the projects that you need to do from end to end. Right now, this year we are doing a project worth around $75 million, and it's quite substantial when you consider it protected farming. So, without getting into introduction, so our basic company, the first company, Agriplast Tech India Private Limited, has a journey of car garage to a successful company. We started our business from a car garage with a great support from our Israeli counterpart, and today we are one of the most respected company in the field of protected farming. Those who know Agriplast, I see some of the faces who have dealt with Agriplast. I think you can vouch for that. At least we stand by the quality and service. Our principals are there in the business for 56 years, 60 plus countries. 30 years of my personal international experience and international collaboration is what has made it possible today. When my principal's name is Ginegar Plastic Products Limited, they were represented in India by a company in 95-97 where I was working as a general engineer, junior engineer. My salary was 3,000 rupees. The dispute of management was 300 rupees that I did not get on time, so I had to quit. Today, Ginegar has invested in my company. They are 25% shareholder, and they are going to be the majority shareholder in next month or so. So we are setting up a 15,000 tons manufacturing capacity here in India. We cater to the commercial farmer, horticulturists, floriculturists, scientific organizations, or whoever is interested in high-tech farming. So what problems we solve? Because if I don't solve a problem, you will not be interested in our product. I'm not talking about product, I'm talking about the problem that we solve. Our products helps the farmers reduce the crop damages due to unpredictable weather. So essentially, all our products are designed to control the growing parameters that the plant needs. Plant needs right temperature, right shade, right light, right quality of light. So our products supports all these growing parameters. So there are multiple products starting from mulching, insect net, plastic, different kind of structures. So whatever you need to plan in protected farming, when you finish drip irrigation, after drip irrigation, everything that you need in modern farming, we are there to support you. It prevents losses due to insects and pests, improves consistency in yield and marketing quality because you don't fight with the weather, so you get a higher quality product. Optimizes the resources uses because your labor requirement reduces, your quality output is increases, and as a result, our Prime Minister have been talking about doubling farmers' income, but I can tell you right here in Karnataka, we have farmers who are have a turnover of more than 70 crore rupees. You will be surprised to know, right? From this place around 40 kilometers, we have farmers whose success story is featured in multiple magazines with 70 crore rupees plus turnovers. We do have a podcast channel also in case you want to learn about more about agriculture. It's called Agri Talk by Abhinav Roy, and we present different episodes which is for you learning, and you can learn all the different aspects of agriculture that exist in the world globally. So the future course of action, I told you that agriplast so far with 30 years of journey in India with GreenTech plastic products and in the space of protected farming, 5 minutes is too little a time, so I just want to tell you that our future plan right now is to set up a 15,000 tons of production capacity of all the plant protection components that is needed for a protected farming. If anybody is from Government of Karnataka, I have a question, if there is any support that Government of Karnataka does in this Invest Karnataka thing for the joint venture project that might come in Karnataka, so I will be interested to know. This is a small question. For future, anything you want to know about protected farming or any doubts related to advanced farming techniques, I can be reached on these coordinates. Time is short. Thank you so much for a sweet and brief attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Last but not least, I'd like to call Ms. Sindhu Cherian to talk about Ayala water technology.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sindhu Cherian. I head Ayala, Natural Biological Systems in India. Ayala is a company that's into wastewater treatment and management. Ayala is a company that's into wastewater treatment and management for over 34 years now. We do projects all across the globe. To tell you a bit about the technology, I mean, I'm sure you'll have heard about STPs, dime a dozen. Most of you here are agriculturalists or related to agriculture. And therefore, you should know best that there is a lot of water that comes out of each of your estates, farms, that require treatment due to fertilizers being used, due to pesticides, and all of that. What is very, very unique and interesting about Ayala's technology is that it's completely natural. It integrates into the landscape, into your personal landscape. And it is a technology that is not dependent on energy or chemicals of any sort or skilled manpower or flocculants or anything like that. It is truly a sustainable technology which treats wastewater, be it domestic or industrial, to very high quality. Our core product, as I will take you through it, is called the Natural Biological System, and it's called that with good reason. So this is just a slide that shows you the architecture of how this whole technology works. So we have water that, of course, goes into the earth. But what goes in, even rainwater today needs to be treated because first of all, it comes through the atmosphere, which is with a lot of contaminants, pollutants, falls onto hardscape roads, pavements, collects a lot of grease and other wastes, and then flows, sadly, and flows into rivers and then finally into the sea. Israel as a country truly knows the value of water. They understand and treat every drop of water. The treatment percentage of wastewater there is about 87 to 88%. We in India, we are blessed with water, but we tend to take it for granted. And a lot of our water goes to waste. And then in summer months, it's the same scenario year after year after year. During the monsoons, we have adequate water. come the summer months and there's drought. And it's amazing that we allow ourselves through this ordeal every time without fail. This is a project, so when it comes to, again, with regard to Invest India, this is a project that we're presently involved with, treating nalas that flow through our city with the natural biological system. And you can see from the slide how a drain which is flowing with contaminated sewage, raw sewage, can get beautified and have clean water flowing in it. So when I said it integrates into the landscape, this is what I meant. It's a completely natural system of various aggregates, of various very hard-working plants and hydrology regimes. What's most important to know is that we use no energy for the treatment, absolutely none. We use the power of the sun and gravity. And this is a huge plus when it comes to this technology. A few years ago, I was in talks with one of the chief engineers of the BWSSB, and he was lamenting the fact that almost 37% of the energy budget that they have goes towards water issues, pumping stations, treatment plants, and that's a huge number. Here is a technology which is on-site, okay? It is a decentralized system. It uses no energy. And what it does is it just beautifies the entire city. This is a treatment system where you can use it for individual homes, where we had modular systems, take it up to apartment complexes, onto hospitals, clubs, schools, and then onto lakes, rivers, and entire catchment areas. We treat both domestic and industrial. This is an artisanal cheese-making factory in Sri City between Tamil Nadu and Telangana. Very, very high in organic loads, the water. And the quality of water that they get is just phenomenal after treatment. And as you can see, what you see in the foreground is not part of their garden. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Ayala's SDP. This was an industrial wastewater from a dyeing unit in Vapi. Vapi is, as you all know, very, very dense industrial township. And the contamination, both air and water, is very high there. And this was a factory where he tried various technologies, nothing worked, and it looked rather decrepit and needed help. Just a change in a small thing like the technology that he adopted to treat the water, and suddenly he's got peacocks and birds and everything on his factory grounds, which says a lot about what this technology does. It brings about an ecological balance to any space where it has been installed. This is up north, sugarcane factory, again very, very hard water. This is a river. It's called the Alexandria River. This is an example from Israel, where the river has a lot of contamination both from sewage and also from olive oil presses and other industries. What you see in front of you is the water that's been diverted into just the banks of the river, and it's treated, and then it's let back into the river. So like I said, it can go up to lakes, rivers, and entire catchment areas. And this is to come back to the modular systems that we have. A lot of you, again, this comes back to agriculturists, which you can use on your farm. It's what we call the portable system. That's all the footprint is. We use gravity, and the contaminated water goes in through the highest. Of course, the entire engineering of this is within the container. This is easy to install because we just take it to the location. You don't need much civil works with this. It's very, very quick to implement. And the water goes in through the first container, and the entire treatment happens within these 3 units. And what you get on the outside is very, very high quality water, consistently high quality. This is another plus, is that whatever the quality of water, the system is able to handle it. And this works for as long as you want it to work, because it's not something that will come to a grinding halt because of electromechanical wear and tear of electromechanical moving parts, or lack of energy, or lack of skilled manpower. This just functions on its own, and it's truly sustainable. Yeah, so that's basically me signing off. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. I think we've heard some very different and fascinating solutions for different problems. They've left me with many questions, but due to time constraints, I'd rather open the floor to questions from you, and if we have any extra time, I'll ask my own questions as well. So please feel free to ask questions. Just tell us who you're addressing the question to. Go ahead.
Shall I? Hello. Hi. Thanks to the panelists and the folks for the very insightful presentation and details. Apart from the deep tech across agri and many other elements, Israel is also reasonably known from a capitalist angle of venture capital, and also something closer to Bangalore scenario around the very cyber security, IT, and all of those as well. Any insights from your side about any of those collaborations which are happening from, number one, a capital intervention from a venture capital PE fund kind of associations, and the second thing on any other insights on the deep tech as well. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I think that, like you said, the relations between Israel and India run very, very deep, and I think we see a lot of cooperation in technology and in innovation. Just a few months ago, we had a visit here from the head of the Israel Innovation Authority, and there was a declaration signed between the state of Karnataka and Israel, basically to try and work together in the field of innovation, and more specifically in AI. And that's something that Karnataka is now going to, I understand, invest in very deeply, and Israel has a lot of added value in that, so that's something we're looking into in the immediate future, and I hope we'll be able to discuss that in the next future summits. Of course, you mentioned cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, again, I think Israel is one of the leaders due to necessity, but also to the power of innovation. And while I don't have any specific examples to give you right now, these things are happening all the time here. So it's so deep that the cooperations are many, and many times they're B2B cooperations, but also governmental. At the moment, I don't think there's anything happening with the Karnataka government in particular, and I hope that's something that we can incorporate in the future, something we're definitely looking into, and one of the goals that we have set for ourselves for the future. Thank you for the question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vishwanath, and my question is to Raju Kumar, sir. Sir, I have been to your Marthaja office recently, like 15-20 days before, and I was interested in protected cultivation. And as a small project, I was interested to set up a 1 acre project. So when inquiring, I came to know about it's like the investment goes upwards of 50 to 60 lakh without subsidy. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I wanted to know if the manufacturing facility of 15,000 metric ton comes up in India, can we expect the prices to come down for medium scale farmers?
So my suggestion to you is that if your background is not of that of agriculture, it's better to acquire some skill about that. Investment is high without government subsidy, but break-even period is about 3 to 4 years, and that is the kind of return that you can expect. If that is your problem, you have to tell the objectives. Project, we don't make much money. Our margins are not more than 5 to 10%. The input that goes in making the project, it costs that much. So unfortunately, that's a limitation, but at the same time, my suggestion to the people who want to start agriculture in high-tech agriculture is not only about greenhouse. It is also, you can start with just whatever you are doing, you can upgrade next level. Suppose you are doing just open field with flood irrigation, start with drip irrigation. If you are doing drip irrigation, start with mulching. If you are doing mulching, start with crop cover. So you can upgrade gradually. You don't have to really invest 40 lakhs. Start gradually in technology, make money, and then you reinvest it further. For a starter, this is my suggestion. Unless you have the big money, not advisable. This is honest advice.
Wonderful insights by all the panelists. Myself representing a company called Venue Petro. We are the leading lubricant manufacturers, ma'am. We are producing agriculture lubricants also. Some special lubricants which are used in Israel in your country. We just want to explore the possibility of exporting those products. We can do all that specialty lubricants for that agriculture and some other applications also.
Wonderful. So we have opportunities for cooperation with Israeli companies. We have opportunities for cooperation with Israeli companies. We have a trade department that deals with the connections and B2B connections. You're welcome to we'll give you details later. You can write to us and we can try and find the partners that might be suitable for what you're offering.
Hello. My name is Kumar Tiwari. My company name is MB Global. Since the last 3-4 years, I have been a facilitator for linking the farmer producer organizations for direct marketing, both in India and abroad. Now, there are two things, and I've been very much conversant with the Israel technology in agriculture for the last 10 to 15 years. There's one gap which needs to be addressed, and that is when we are talking of skills, when we are talking of clean energy and transforming sustainability using technology. Now, what's happening at ground level is the younger generations, the children of the farmers, they are very much disenchanted. They don't go for agriculture. But Israel, there's a lot to learn from their kibbutz model, and that also, if you see, that is also transforming from a kibbutz. So Israel is also facing a lot of challenges in that aspect. Now, is there anything, both the Israel government and I'm telling the Karnataka government, because it has to be between the two governments. The first thing of exchanges was only on agriculture excellence, if you're about 10 or 15 years back with Israel and Karnataka government. Now, I think the time has come, and I think Bangalore is a place, I mean, that's where we can bring in a sea change in using technology in the farming sector, but it has to be done only through a FPO model, because it's not possible for small and medium farmers or even anyone who has got the money, because it's not the money which is going to make the agriculture sustainable. What's going to make agriculture sustainable is people have to go down and work there. So in this, my humble suggestion, or you can say my submission is that, Madam, as a Consul General, what you have got to say about this? Thank you.
I'll ask Governor to answer.
Thank you for your question, because it is very interesting what you said. And our company and our vision of DFCP is to involve FPOs. And so, as I said, there are a lot of FPOs. There are few that are to your mark. There are thousands of FPOs, I know. There are few like Saidri Farms in Nasik and few other here around. I think Rajiv can tell more about it. But yes, you're right. our vision is to work with FPOs.
So the best as FPO model that's working in high-tech agriculture is Sahyadri Farms. That also happens to be our customer. This is number one. Number two, I do not 100% agree with you saying that farmers' kids are not coming in agriculture. In fact, the software guys are coming in agriculture. I can give you a name and you can Google it right now on Instagram. The guy claims to be the most handsome avocado grower. He is based out of Bhopal, yes. He has a collaboration with an Israeli company and he is selling avocado plants and is also growing avocado. His father runs a business which is a multi-million-dollar business. He's a builder in Bhopal, but now he is doing farming. So there are hundreds of examples where people leaving other things domain and coming into agriculture. Am I right or not, Mr. Ramanathan? So these are venture capital investments happening in agriculture. There are two IIT guys I can tell you. It's called, you can Google their name. He was featured in the Forbes India cover page. The guys are from IIT Bombay. The company name is Eki Farms. Now they are setting up the largest hydroponic farm in India. So while farmers' sons are not coming, at the same time the technologists are also coming. So farmers' son will come. Anybody will come into farming if they see the future as a business. If you are doing the farmer's method in which the farmer was doing, definitely the future will be bleak. But if you do it with the modern techniques, the future is bright. And unfortunately, this was my debate with my father 32 years back or 35 years back when he was alive. I wanted to study agriculture engineering. He said, what the hell you are doing? Go and do civil engineering. I said, Papa ji, why you want me to do civil engineering? He said, beta, upri kamai hogi. Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Upri kamai hogi, but my simple calculation that time also was that aap kuch bhi karke you have to eat khana 2 times. 3 baar nahi khao to at least 2 times so you will eat. And no way you are going to stop the population growth. So without technology, how are you going to take care of this, my dear friend? FPO model, definitely I support it.
Thank you, sir. What your observation entirely is very right. There are two things. When I said about the challenges, if we are going to grow, we are to one second. I'll just a second. So
dear
one
audience,
thing is
excuse me.
FPO.
In the interest of time, we just have 5 more minutes left.
I'll just finish. I thank you, sir, for taking the initiative for promoting the FPOs. That's what I want to say, because that is an area of challenge where technology has to go down to the FPOs. And when I'm saying the children of the farmers, I'm talking of the current farmers. I'm not talking of those startups who come from the tech sector and all. That's a very, very good thing. And it's a, thank you, sir.
Sir,
Hello.
Good evening. One question on healthcare. It's not mentioned there, but over 3.5 billion people on earth are suffering from oral healthcare issues. And it is the 3rd and 10th on UN SDG list. So my humble request is how can we play a role here using technology AI and disrupt oral healthcare space. And we are actually also working in that space. We are actually wanting to create the next Fitbit of oral health.
So today our specialists are focusing on different subjects. We do have some summits where we bring people from the medtech area. And once that happens, I will invite you to join us and to hear some solutions that we have in that area. But today we're focusing on other areas, and we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. So
thank you.
Holding on the mic for a while. Here,
We have exactly 5 minutes, so let's take as many questions as possible.
Yeah. So my question is can we since you guys have technologies and all, can it be based on subscription model and all? How the other things are technology all are converting into subscription based. So is it possible for all technical whatever solutions you have? So it can be made as a subscription based so that small farmers can be used that in an efficient way.
There are many technologies, many of the software side of it, data monitoring and all is already on the subscription base, so it is coming. It's coming, slowly it is coming.
Okay, so please, the gentleman out there.
I'll try and ask some relevant questions now. One is for Leanne. I just want to understand skill people or rather students to use drones. How does that help you sell drones? So that was one question I had. We actually grow flowers. We have a fairly large floriculture thing and business. And like Mr. Rajiv said, I am not a born agriculturist, so I guess you know, I do something else, but then we started doing this, and we love doing what we are doing now. So that was my first question to you. And how you said drones can be used in agriculture. So do you have any case studies that you're currently doing? I mean, we could always talk later, maybe after this.
Sure. Thank you for your question. So I think the first question was education and drones. You sell drones, but you're trying to do something in education. How does that go hand in hand? And the underlying question is, how do you make money? I'm thinking, right? So there are two things we're doing, right? One is a bit altruistic, but not altogether altruistic. So we do want to bring people up in education. If you look at the drone industry today, we're sitting at a place where the PC industry was probably in the late 90s, right? It's completely unorganized. You can get a lot of stuff in the gray market, but how does that actually work? So we are trying to educate people, and we're trying to grow the drone industry in India, starting with colleges. But we have a lot of Israeli tech when it comes to education and it comes to drones. We're trying to put that together. But make no mistake, we sell drones and we want to make money. So if anybody wants to buy a drone, please do talk to me after this.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody on the dais. Oli ma'am, welcome to Karnataka. My name is Harshit Modi. I'm CEO of Aethon All Terrain Private Limited. We have a tie-up with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So we are working currently on aerial harvesting, and which is a remote assisted vehicle that we have right now. It is loaded with tethered drone, robotic arm, and lot of advanced technology. So here I'm in a position that can we, after this meeting, can we have a fruitful discussion on how to go about changing the dynamics if it persists in Israel also, since Rao sir also mentioned that there is a migration of farmers from rural to urban area since the technology is old. But if something which is new in nature, then if it is an advanced technology, then definitely even the farmers will look into that aspect, and even the urban civilians will look after the farming side of things. So I definitely agree with him. So since we already have a technology and we are already working into it, so what kind of opportunity that we can explore?
So first, you guys want to answer? Anything specific?
What kind of support you need? So basically, for me, my common sense of experience of 30-35 years says that if you solve a genuine problem, you have a market. So you have to ask yourself, what is the problem that you are solving for people? For Indian context, still I think labor is available. But if it's accuracy, do we have, I have seen this kind of technology in other countries. There, right from the seed to harvest, everything is mechanized and everything is so systematic that a robot can go and harvest. If you talk about Indian seed, right, our seedling itself is not uniform. So technology has to improve right from basic till advanced. Then the harvesting thing will come. So this is my simple take. But however, you are invited to have a one-to-one discussion on this. We can understand more and we can give you proper advice in terms of marketing this particular concept across the domain of agriculture. We can meet after this thing.
Unfortunately, the time is over. These are all the questions that we can take for now. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time.
allow us to proceed with the next session. We're already delayed by a few minutes. We would not want to push this further. Request everyone who's interacting with the Israeli panel, please move out and create space for our next panel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here for our final session this evening. Just before we begin, let me once again remind all of you that we have our SME Connect Awards that would be happening at the main plenary hall at 6 o'clock this evening. So right after this session, please remain in the hall while we finish the felicitation, and then we could all move forward towards the plenary hall. That said, it's now time for our next session, which is Unlocking Growth Financing Strategies for MSMEs in India. I would like to first invite our moderator onto the stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. K. Ullas Kamath, our founder for UK & Go. A big round of applause for him, please. I would also request our panelists to please join us on stage. Mr. Pankaj Gupta, Chief Executive Officer, Godrej Finance Limited. A round of applause. Srinivas M., our General Manager, MSME Karnataka Bank. And Parvati Murthy, Associate Vice President, Head of SME Listing, National Stock Exchange of India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. I know all of you have been waiting for this panel discussion. So, Ullas sir, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Ellargu namaskara. Last session ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ MSME ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀವಿ. MSMEನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸಾಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವತ್ತಿದ್ರೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಓಡಿ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು, CC ತೊಗೋಬೇಕು, ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೊಸ ಮೆಷಿನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಲೋನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ MSMEಲಿ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೊಂದು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗೂ ಹೋಗಿ, NBFCಗೂ ಹೋಗಿ, ಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ತುಂಬ ದುಡ್ಡಿದೆ, ದುಡ್ಡು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 45 minutes. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಹ. ಸೊ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಟುಡೇಸ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಬೈ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ MSME. MSME, any part of the world, MSME is the backbone of any economy. They are past, they are present, and they are future for any economy, not just India. If you see United Kingdom, 90% of the successful SMEs are small and medium enterprises only. Alli 50 employees in the ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಬಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿವೇರ್ ದ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ವಿತ್ MSMEs. ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 6 crore ಆಫ್ MSMEs. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋನ್ ತೆಗಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅಬೌಟ್ 10% ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆರ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಮ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೈಸಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 12 crore jobs. 12 crore job is not a small amount as far as the country is concerned. We also give 30% of GDP. ಯಾವುದೇ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಪೋಡಿಯಮಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಗ್ಗೆ GDPಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸಹ MSMEs contributes 30% of that. If they say we want to become 10 trillion, 3 trillion has to come from MSMEs. We contribute 38% of exports. We contribute 46% of as ancillary to main companies. So always MSMEs are there to support, but not many support MSME. Correct alva? So what are the problems? Why MSMEs are not growing as much as what we wanted? I've been in the business for 35 years. Companies take birth as a small industry, remain as a small industry. Companies take birth as a medium industry, remain as a medium industry. Very rarely small industry has become medium industry become large industry becoming multinational. I have not seen that, barring few exceptions, like Jyoti Labs, where I was a part of that. We started with 5,000 rupees capital. Today, it's 15,000 crore market cap company. So we want everybody should be like Jyoti Labs Limited. Everybody should be the companies like who have grown from small to medium to large to international. That's the way how the growth has to be. So we'll discuss about all these things today. But MSMEs are very, very important. From the government point of view, India needs 10 lakh jobs every month, month after month. Every month we need 10 lakh jobs. Who creates the job? It's not the big companies. It is the small companies who create the job. Big companies go for campus recruitment. Small companies will take neighbor's child. Come. Tomorrow you come to the factory. This is the way how they have grown. There is no doubts in my mind. So we need to support the small and medium enterprises. So we have today fantastic panel member. Ask all tough questions. You ask me, I'll ask them. We want money. By 6 o'clock, we want money. So we have traditional banker, Mr. Srinivas, Karnataka Bank. 100 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ Karnataka Bank ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್, ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಂದನೇ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅದು. ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಜನ್ಮ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. 5 ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್, ವಿಜಯ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು, ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು, ಕೆನರಾ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕು. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಗಂಗೋತ್ರಿ ಥರ. So Karnataka Bank is from Bangalore, doing extremely well, and he is the general manager for MSMEs, traditional bank. Then we have little bit of non-traditional, which is non-banking financial institution, Godrej Capital. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅವ್ರವ್ರದನ್ನೇ NBFC ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ಫಾಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. They give the money also very quickly. How they give, why they give, that we'll discuss with him. Still, if you want more money, go to Parvati Madam. Parvati Madam will get your company listed. And last 1 year, 5,900 crore she has just given through the listing. So there you don't have to return the money. In these 2 places you have to return the money. There they need to multiply the money. So it's a good combination. I thank BCG, I thank Government of Karnataka putting a wonderful panel members here, and let's discuss. So first is traditional bank. Srinivas sir, why you are not giving the money to small and medium enterprises, sir?
No, absolutely, we are open to extend any amount of loan to any of the genuine MSME customers. I am based out of Bull Temple Road, Bangalore. Any of the requirements, you can directly walk in and check if I am available, directly get into my cabin. I will ensure that your requirement is met. I said genuine MSME, yes.
It's a good beginning.
It's a commitment, yeah.
It's a good beginning. You should go to Bull Temple Road, go to the branch, meet him, give your application, then you will get the money. Now, traditional bank, all of you are dealing with a traditional bank, and traditional bank has its own limits, and beyond that, they cannot. It is very, very clear. All of us, we have dealt with traditional bank. Now, the new thing which is happening in the country is non-banking financial institution. They are also regulated by Reserve Bank of India. They are also regulated by various other laws. But still, they are doing far better. NBFCs are doing far better than the traditional bank. And their value is also far better than the nationalized bank. Just to give a number, that Bajaj Finance Corporation and Bajaj Finserv market capitalization is almost like State Bank of India. So that means they are real. Both of them are real. So let's hear from the expert from from NBFC, from Godrej Capital, Pankaj sir.
Thanks. So I think the important piece what you've been interested to know is that loan is available, yes, no. I think the answer is yes. The most important piece of business and inclusion is, I think if we do comparison of Indian industry overall and SME industry if we talk about, we have a long way to go in terms of exploring and realizing the potential of India's growth story. India in the next 4 decades is going to become world's #1 economy. So if the estimation and the consumption and the data estimates are true, in the next 30 to 40 years, we should be world's #1 economy, and that could only happen if MSMEs grow. And there is potential to grow. Now, NBFC's role in this financial inclusion of MSMEs is very, very important. In fact, what I would say is banks also need to play an important role. A little comparison of India with America. In United States of America, there are few hundred banks, and all of them are successful. So India needs more banks. India needs more NBFCs. The difference between bank and NBFC is bank has more products. Bank has savings account, current accounts, and more products than NBFC. Since NBFCs have only business which is lending business, so NBFCs can focus more on 2 dimensions of the need. Need number 1 is how will we cater to varied segment of MSMEs. And at NBFC, at Godrej Finance, what we try to do is we try to understand that a small shopkeeper to a large SME, which means a small shopkeeper can have a turnover of monthly, let's say 2 lakhs, 4 lakhs, and a large SME can have a monthly turnover of about nothing less than 1 crore, 2 crore or 3 crore. Turnover can be, annual turnover can be 10 crore, 40 crore, 60 crore. Now, because we are NBFC, we have different lines of businesses, and what we are trying to do is we are trying to understand the segments in such a manner that what are the products available for shopkeeper segment, what are the products available for manufacturer with a small setup, what are the products for large manufacturers. And I'm happy to share with all of you that we started business for a decadal view. Godrej is a 128 years old brand, and we feel that in the next few decades, as India's growth story is unlocking, we create such products and go deep in the country where we have all small towns, large towns, metros, and we also have customer segment products. So that when somebody comes to us, we have a scorecard model, we have assessment model based on technology, where we can give instant product to consumers. The only request and the guidance point through this forum I would like to say is that our expectation from a lender perspective is that this relationship is long term and responsible credit, we call this. If the money comes back to the NBFC, it goes back again to the sector. So the money is people's money. We also borrow and lend, and we are willing to give money to all customers where the growth capital is required, whether it is small shopkeeper or whether it is large SME. And across the sector we are working on.
Very nice. There was a standing committee in Lok Sabha in 2022. The report was very, very clear. The gap of credit to MSMEs as of now was about 20 to 25 lakh crore is the gap. That is the money required by MSMEs and money is lent to MSMEs. The gap was estimated by the Lok Sabha's Finance Standing Committee was about 20 to 25 lakh crore. That means almost 1 year of the GST collection should be given to MSMEs to bridge the gap. So that means there is a need to fund MSMEs. There is no doubt, whether it's a traditional bank or whether it is NBFC, there is a need gap. Now let's see how other developed countries are financing small and medium enterprises. If you see China, 37%, the credit penetration has gone up to 37%. That means 37% of the MSMEs are well funded. Rest of the people may not be taking the money from the bank, but 37% is from the bank. And US is about 50%. So when we see rich country, which is a $30 trillion economy of US, if 50% of their small and medium enterprises are availing the bank loan, And second biggest economy is China with $19 trillion economy. If 37% of their small and medium enterprises are availing the loan, if that is correct, then taking loan is also correct. You cannot grow, the country cannot grow if MSME don't grow. MSME don't grow without taking the loan. Now the question is that when should we take the loan? When we should not take the loan? From whom we should take the loan? So we have heard from NBFC, we have heard from traditional bank, Karnataka Bank from Srinivas. Now let's hear from National Stock Exchange, Parvati Madam, and she's in charge of listing the small and medium enterprises. She is Associate Vice President there. And Madam, when do you recommend people should get listed in a stock exchange? Is it that easy? Like how we get the money from Bull Temple Road or how we get the money from Godrej, is that easy or a little more difficult? Should we come all the way to Bombay?
So good afternoon and thanks for having me here. So answering the first question, in terms of a typical life cycle of a company, generally we see MSMEs start with their own capital. So this is from their own savings, or chipped in, bootstrapped friends and families, right? And this generally would be, if I were to look at it from a stage, this is generally at the idea stage when a business idea is being tested. As you find acceptance of that idea, you would want a little more capital to probably develop that and test a market about it. So market acceptance. So again, that's where you would see probably a longer term funding coming in. Maybe if there is initial capex, it is supported by bank funding. If it is a tech or if it's an idea, the new age kind of business is generally supported by seed capital or early venture capital. As you find a viable market for your product and you found acceptance of your product in the market, now you come to a stage where you want to scale up and you want growth capital. So when you are in a phase where you want to grow rapidly, and if you were to look at it, if you took the organic route, which is plowing back your profits into the business, right, it may take longer, something which may take probably 5 to 7 years to achieve scale. That's where, as an exchange, if you raise capital by way of SME IPO, there is an upper limit to what you could get from friends and families. Early stage investors may seek an exit, right? And you need capital for growing. So this is probably the stage where an SME IPO is ideal. Because the SME IPO is a part of public markets, it is not meant for idea testing. It is not meant for cash burn. It is for supporting growth requirements of an established business for you to achieve scale. So that's probably the stage where ideally an SME IPO starts. And eventually, as you scale, you could do multiple rounds. So it could be follow-on public offering, it could be preferential issues, right issues. And then when you get scale, of course, you have a much larger market. And then we would want to see you go to the main board, migrate to the main board. So that's generally a cycle which we see. And coming to your second question, it's definitely a little more tougher than it is getting a loan, simply because as a lender, you have much more control over the borrower in terms of periodic, it's a contractual obligation between the borrower and the lender has a lot more rights. As opposed to intermediation, which is what lending does, stock markets is more disintermediation. We are a platform where an investor and an issuer will be brought together. So as a platform, of course, there is dissemination of information, but the control is not as much as a lender would have. So yes, it is a little more tougher than raising a bank loan, but it is not as tough as people imagine it to be. So I'm here to dispel that myth that it is not easy to raise funds by way of SME IPOs. There is a process, but it's not very cumbersome. In fact, it's more light touch than the main board, simply because SMEs don't have that kind of bandwidth or ability to be able to comply with onerous regulations, right? So that...
I think it's well said. It is definitely it's not easy, but that's for the growth capital. And generally MSMEs, their problem is the cash flow. They do have profit to pay interest, but they will not have so much of profit to pay the principal. So generally the MSME's problems are their business projections remains as a projection, liabilities becomes a reality. Most of the times, my experience is that whatever they give it to the bank as a projection for next 5 years, based on that DSCR of 1.65, you get the loan, you pledge your house, you pledge your relative's house, you pledge everything, get the money, and then you start buying the machinery, and then machinery don't work. It will take another 3 months, 6 months time to fix. And by the time you switch on the machine, the principal amount will start. The moratorium will have been over. So they are into a formal debt trap. And once you have borrowed the money from one bank, no bank will see you. You won't get coffee, tea, nothing. Because they say that you already borrowed the money from them, get the NOC from there. You don't get the NOC unless you pay it. So this is the kind of vicious circle where MSMEs are stuck. Now, my next question to the panelists are that healthy MSMEs don't need any money. Healthy MSMEs could be 10% of the overall MSMEs. The rest of the people need money. And there is term loan, there is working capital, there is a little bit of overdraft, and there is loan against property. There are a lot of things out there, but everything is secured. Everything is secured. Beyond that, you do have personal guarantee. That means even if you are not there, the money will be taken from your account because of the personal guarantee. While it is perfectly prudent from the point of view of the banking institution, I just want to hear from Pankaj. When you lend, how important for you is the cash flow in the business, and how important for you is the security in the business?
So I think the piece of collateral and security goes hand in hand, and there is something else which I'll speak about at a later stage, that unsecured lending also we do. Having said that, that's very small amount at a higher rate of interest. That is also available. But if we look at the collateral and the cash flow, so I'll speak about cash flow first and then collateral. At the end of the day, the money of EMI has to come from cash flow. Now, the genuine issue of SMEs is that the cash flow is not fully observable from the balance sheets. So, and I hope all MSMEs agree to that, that there is business, there are expenses, and there is profit, and then there is a certain level of, I would say, growth of future, which no one knows that next year will be COVID or next year will be bumper year. So, the estimation of a lender will always be on the basis of two things. One is past, that how has past credibility of the individual been. For the last 20 years, 10 years, you've been paying your EMIs on time. That contributes 35% of a loan proposal, broadly. That if your track record is good, you have never defaulted, that is a good thing to have. Second good thing to have is your assessment and ability to deal with people you deal. And I'll go little granular here, and excuse me for being little granular, but that's a reality. For example, somebody does not pay you on time, and you still continue to give, stock. Now what happens is that eats up your working capital cycle. You take loan on the rate of interest, whether it is mortgage loan or unsecured loan, the range is between 10% to 20% and so on and so forth. So depending upon quality, now you raise the loan, pick up the debt, and then give to your debtors, pick up from your creditors. If you take somebody, your creditor is like discounting only for 7 days, and you are giving credit for 6 months, it is eating your working capital. So we look at that are you a little harsh businessman on the financials of your own? Are you, stopping dealing with certain people who are not paying you on time? And that's a very important dimension of business that impacts your cash flow and credibility both. The third thing which we see and we want to advise is there should always be oxygen available in your bank lines, whichever available. Which means if there is a bank line of 40 lakhs you already have, there is no need to always be on the last day 39 lakh 99,000 balance, and always there is a payment coming and payment going. It's a very important practice that banking is always having some oxygen to breathe, so that when you need oxygen, you breathe. If these three dimensions are taken care of, that your money has a value because you raise money at cost. If you value your money, if you have a good track record, if you have ability to handle some shocks, that tomorrow COVID, ABC, XYZ, something happens, you are able to shock absorb that little bit of shocker, the business will be very good. You can take loan anytime you want. The second piece of collateral is, I think most of the times what we figure out is that certain people do investments in collaterals which are not legally clear and not technically clear. Now what we see as a company or even banks look at is that if you have surplus money and if you are investing money in a collateral, you are buying any property or you are buying any, I would say, investment land, just make sure that the investment should have legal and technical check from your end. You can even appoint a lawyer who can tell you, don't buy this property in the registration department has a challenge. Or you can do technical feasibility assessment that this is an agriculture land. If you are buying it for agriculture, it is fine. But if you are buying for investment and tomorrow you want to raise fund, NBFC banks will not give you money on that land because that land is for agri. So it can happen that certain banks and certain NBFCs have policy, loan against property only residential, commercial, which are ready properties. So these are two very, I would say, important dimensions. Those businessmen, starting from a very small shop to a large SME, if these two dimensions are taken care of, the property collateral and the business prudence, even if it is at small scale, I think life will become far easier.
Wonderful. What is to learn from Pankaj's statement is that first to get your unit economics right. Most of the small and medium enterprises do not understand the unit economics, whether you are making profit or not. If you are making profit, how much profit you are making per unit. Get that right first, not for the purpose of banker, but for yourself, whether you are making money or not. That we call it as a unit economics. Second one is that you see if there is any scale in upgrading your business. If you multiply your capacity, most of the expenditure remains the same. So the scale advantage, generally we give you about 500 bips, means a 5% more EBITDA margin. You should know what is EBITDA also. Because if you want to do business, you need to know everything. It's not bliss if you don't know in business. If I say I don't know, you are paying for that. So in business, you should know what you know what you don't know. You have to hire the people who will tell you what to be done. Now let me tell you who are the best paymasters in this country. There was a study done by Reserve Bank of India and the NPAs were calculated. For micro industries, NPA is at 7%. For small industries, it is at 9%. For medium, it is at 10.5%. For large industries, it is 20%. Now, who is paying, who is not paying? The top 20 defaulters can take care of all my SMEs. The top 10 defaulters in this country, in the bank, can take care of every problem of SMEs, of 6 crore MSMEs problem, they can handle it. Because micro, small and medium, they take in thousands and lakhs and bit of crores. But big enterprises, if you see, you go to Google and see 20 top defaulters in India and total it off, that is equivalent to what I told you, 20 lakh crore. What is the gap? What is there for MSMEs for the entire country? That is one. The second one, during COVID, no MSME has laid off their employees. Not even one MSME has laid off. They have paid from their gold loan. They have paid by selling the properties. They have paid everyone because they felt that what do they do if we don't give the salary? How do they eat? But big companies laid off thousands and thousands using force majeure clause under law. It is the will of a God. It's called force majeure clause, and they laid off thousands and thousands and lakhs of people during COVID. Now that is the intent, clearly says that the small and medium enterprises have a large heart, and they remember EMI's date. If they don't remember wedding anniversary or birth date is still okay, but they remember the EMI dates. That's how NPS are so low. And some discipline, we want the SMEs to have it. Can I ask Srinivas sir, what kind of discipline you expect from your MSMEs?
Basically, the right business at the right place. MSMEs may not have an experience in running that particular business, but as a banker, we expect that the particular business will have some understanding on the business, what they are going to drive, and maybe how their future cash flows, because there's a difference between how NBFCs funds and the banks fund. We fund for first-time entrepreneurs also. We fund without taking any collateral security. Those can be covered under various other guarantee schemes which are promoted by Government of India and the banks. So we look at a little bit of entrepreneurship, and we look at the passion, and we look at the repayment capability of the particular individual or the business. There are C's, P's, all those things are there. I am not using the management word.
No, it's perfectly fine. Understood. Yeah. Let me go to stock exchange now. Madam, to list in National Stock Exchange as a small and medium enterprises, we should be profitable. Yes. Correct, no?
Yes.
We should be profitable.
Yes.
Swiggies are not making any money. Zomato is not making money. Thousands of crores of loss. They are getting listed how, madam?
So I'll, before I answer that question, also taking the point of NPS which you mentioned, right? When it comes from an evolution journey, when a company starts to it being a large organization, every large organization has started off as an SME. Right now, to see those NPA numbers which you said in a bit of perspective, what happens in a banking portfolio, if you were to look at it as MSME NPA as a percentage of overall lending to MSMEs, the NPA, so MSMEs is a much more granular book. If you were to look at it, one large company defaulting, right, an SR group defaulting, in terms of an amount because of the sheer size, but you look at it from the larger corporations, right? The chance, if you were to look at it from a historical chance of a larger corporate defaulting, is much lesser overall in the, the pool or the universe of larger corporates. So it basically stems from risk of failure. That typically the risk of failure is highest at the early stages of business. As the business gets scale, right? It hires more professional people, it spreads its wings, right? So then the numbers increase, the reach increase. Even from a lender's perspective, the risk that this unit is going to shut shop and run, right? That goes down. So again, if you were to look at it, drawing the same parallel, because the public markets as capital markets or the lending markets is overall complementing and part of the larger financial system of the country. So it stems from the risk of failure. Now, SME companies generally have higher risk of failure. So that is why on the SME IPO, the SME exchange, the eligibility norms are a little more stringent, which is why you say that we have a minimum level of profitability, which will show the same things which Pankaj mentioned, that do you have your unit economics right? Are you a profitable venture from day one, right? Are you able to sustain that profit through one or two cycles? So these are things which we also see when we decide eligibility criteria. Now, having said which, how are these companies listing? Basically, these are new age companies as a country, and of course the epicenter is this beautiful city of Bangalore. Tech has become an integral part and has changed the way of life. So now these are new age companies which obviously need new age solutions, right? So are we saying then that only the traditional model works and only the traditionally run companies should be able to raise capital? No, that's not the case. So the companies like Swiggy, so we had 6 unicorns listing in the calendar year 24. So Brainbees, FirstCry, Swiggy, CodeDigit, these were large companies which raised capital. they raise capital by one of the enabling sections of SEBI, which is that there needs to be a minimum number of QIB participation in that. Now, QIBs are qualified institutional buyers who understand businesses much better than what a retail investor understands. So often when such businesses have QIB participation, as a retail investor, you take cues from them and then you build your investment decision. So that is the reason why you do have unicorns, loss-making companies list on the stock exchange, but the rules are different for those and the rules are different for an SME company.
So making loss is not a bad idea, but you need to be in technology business. And as Madam rightly said, that Bangalore is capital for unicorns, and we have, in India, we have about 127, when I read last time. Unicorns is the second fastest growing unicorn in the world. We are extremely happy about it. Per capita income of Bangalore city is 3,46,000 rupees. The richest, per capita is not Bombay, not Delhi, not Calcutta, not Chennai. It is Bangalore now. We get 3,46,000 rupees average. Don't clap. If you take Koramangala out, if you take the Koramangala residents out, we come back to 1 lakh only. So thanks to Koramangala, we are richest because of them. Now, fundamental principle in which you need to run the business is, am I good in taking the debt, or am I good in having equity? I request all of you, things are changing, you need to change. Situation is changing, you need to change. Temples are organizing e-pujas. Correct? Priests in the temple are having QR code. Everything has changed. MSME also has to change. What is the change? Change is understand the reality. Are you making profit or loss? If you're making profit, continue. If you're making loss, see how to make profit first. Then only comes whether you should take a debt or you take the equity. And there are a lot of people who have the money, they don't have the business. There are a lot of people who have the money, they don't have the business. You have the business, you don't have the money. Go to them, get some valuation done, give 25% of the equity to them. In equity, you don't have to pay the interest, you don't have to pay the principal also. But he will become your partner. It is better to have a partner at 25-30% rather than going from here to there to here to here. Because there's a catch-22 position, most of the MSMEs are. If without money, they cannot grow. They don't get money if they don't grow. And Lakshmi goes where Lakshmi is. Money goes where money is. That is certain only. There is no doubts only. Correct? You need to have the money, then people come to you. Can I lend you? Can I lend you? Because they know that they can take the money back in one phone call. Right? So to that extent, you need to be very judicious in understanding your business first. As Srinivas sir said, things have changed. The way how the people are doing the business has changed. But if you don't change, then it will be difficult to survive. It's a phase of consolidation. It's a phase of disruption. It is a phase in which big becomes bigger and small will vanish. No doubts in my mind. It is very clear in the last 15 years how consolidation has taken place. And everybody are getting into every successful business. I asked that question to Madam about the Swiggy and Zomato. Just to give a number, Swiggy and Zomato market cap put together, they can buy ITC hotels, they can buy entire Taj group of hotels, and all the listed hotels in Europe, they can buy by selling these two companies. Both are real. Swiggy Zomato is valued almost 3 lakh crore. ITC hotels is about 35,000 crore as of day for yesterday. So you can buy companies by selling the companies today. Real. It is real. What I'm telling is real. So you cannot be in unreal situation that nothing will happen to me. That is like saying that when tsunami comes, water will not come to my house if you are on the beach. Beware of all these things. One more COVID will come. And we are, as Pankaj said, we are always there, 1 lakh less than the limits. So that buffer should be more. First of all, whether you need it. And unfortunately, MSMEs are at the receiving end. They've never been at the giving end. We say in the big corporates, they're working on a negative working capital. at whose cost they are working on a negative working capital are based on these MSMEs. They are working on a negative working capital. They say just in time, and they get a big award. This company works with 7 days of working capital. They are just in time, and they get award. At whose cost they are getting the just in time production? These people are 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers away from their factory. These people keep everything is ready, and they say they supply on a Monday, they supply on a Monday. But when do they give the money? After 30 days, 45 days, 50 days, 60 days, 90 days. So sometimes these people will keep everything ready, but they're not able to give because they don't have that power of negotiation, because there are many people are waiting to supply the same product. So to do the negotiation, you need to have that power. Hopefully, government will come to your rescue. We have a representative to the government. Everything is not so bad. There are a lot of good things that are happening. Number one is that in this year's budget, if you see, MSME is one of the pillar of growth. It's very well recognized, MSME, as one of the pillar of the growth because of the jobs what you have created. Second is that MSME ministry is there at the central level, MSME ministry at the state level, and they have amazing bureaucrats working at the MSME trying to see what kind of discipline what we can get in and how we can make them to grow. The policies of the government are there to help the MSMEs, not enough, but something is better than nothing. But you need to respect, appreciate, and make use of the policies. And if you are operating from Bangalore, if the facility, if you put up in Hubli, if you get 3% GST refund, you should move to Hubli. Nothing wrong in that. People have gone to Middle East, people have gone to Vietnam, people have gone to Bangladesh. We have set up the factory in Bangladesh. People have set up the factory in Sri Lanka. People have gone all over the world for benefits. You can't be saying that I will stay in Rajajinagar and factories in Rajajinagar, my children are in Rajajinagar, my school is in Rajajinagar, my in-laws are in Rajajinagar. It won't work. You need to see that, okay, if I sell my property today in Rajajinagar, I get 10 crore, put up a factory in Hubli, in 2 crore, 8 crore, give Karnataka Bank fixed deposit. That is the way you need to negotiate with the business. Business economics is the same. But the way how you operate, please change. You need to change because you have created lots of jobs. There are many people who are depending on you for your success. Also guides their success. Now, last round, before I take the questions, 19 minutes are left. Madam, when we get the listing in a stock exchange, what are all the compliances they need to follow? Is it that go, get listed, ring the bell, come, have money in the bank and use the money? Thereafter, what minimum compliance they need to do? If you can help them to understand, it will be great.
So in terms of post-listing, there is a filing which needs to be done semi-annually as opposed to the main board where it is done quarterly of the financial results. These are limited review audited financials which will have the profit and loss account and the balance sheet which gets filed. Shareholding pattern details which needs to be given so that the public is aware if there is any change, major change happening in your shareholders. And any material event. These could be, for example, a merger, it could be appointment of a new KMP, it could be resignation of an auditor. Any material event, a large order, any material event which the public needs to know. One thing which I would want to mention here is that what changes, of course the list of compliances is very much there. It's not very onerous because these are now entirely automated. This is available for filing on an online portal, so it's not very cumbersome. One thing which I would say what needs to change, sir, is the mindset that it's not a company which you are thinking as a promoter, but you're thinking as a trustee of people's faith who are your 25% partners. And so that's why thinking on those lines, whatever material information needs to be provided to those partners so that they continue to repose that faith in you is what is required in terms of disclosures. Only that it is made in a more structured format, that this is the periodicity, this is the format, and this is the location where that file needs to be uploaded. So the thinking is that, and the mechanism is what the exchange has prescribed.
In other words, you need to have technology backup. You need to be very transparent. Your P&L should show the true and a fair picture of your transaction. And anything need to disclose, you need to disclose well in time. And getting listed in a stock exchange will give you the power of alternative currency. What is that alternative currency is? Suppose if you are listed, if your stock market overall capitalization is, say, 500 crore, and for 500 crore, if you are a 150, 200 crore company, you get a market cap of about 500 crore today. If you are having an EBITDA of about 15%, you get a market cap of easily about 400, 500 crore. Why 400, 500 crore you get? Because India is in a growth plan. India is growing at 7-8%. India is a consumption-driven country. India's private consumption is about 65%. Government is about 10, about 75% is private consumption, as against China is at about 48%, and US used to be at 65%. So when you see that number, everybody will give that. If you want to put a dollar in this world, where do you put that dollar? In India, because India is growing. That is a good tailwind what you have, positive tailwind you have. So when you have a 500 crore of market cap, if you want to raise 50 crore, you can dilute 10% of your stake, you get 50 crore, buy that new factory or buy new technology or set up the new thing. That is where the alternative currency comes in. And that's very, very important. In our own case, in Jyoti Labs, again started with 5,000 rupees capital in 1984 by selling Ujala and selling door-to-door Ujala, house-to-house Ujala, and country-to-country Ujala. Today we are selling to 34 countries, we are selling Ujala. But Ujala started with 5,000 rupees capital and went for private equity. And I was very clear, borrowing money is the last thing what you do. If you are very, very successful, you are sure of success, then borrow the money. It is the least cost. But if you are taking the risk, it is the most expensive one. And cash flow wise, you'll always have a problem with a debt-driven company, not when you are an equity-driven company. So I went with the private equity, round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, best of the auditors, best of the lawyers, best of the documentation, best of the technology, best of the ERP. Finally, we are selling only Ujala only, Char Bunda wala, kab badlega, Neel, kab badlega, Takdir. Same product, but the way how we did our documentation was so nice that we were able to get listed. And after that, we acquired Henkel, we launched many products. But today, if the company is over 15,000 crore in the stock exchange, if you want to buy a company for, say, 1,000 crore, you need to dilute 8% of the company and buy a 1,000 crore company. Everything is possible in today's world. If you plan well, if you have a great vision, Madam was telling me during the having coffee, that you need to have a great vision, that you have a vision for next 5, 10, 15 years, you plan accordingly, it is doable. Now we have 6 minutes. We'll take 3 questions. Most of the valuations are done by merchant bankers, not by you, because you think you are invaluable, but people will tell you what's your value by merchant bankers who have been approved by SEBI or approved by RBI and approved by exchanges. So general valuation, you say that if your top line is 100 crore, if your margin is about 15%, you can safely take it as about 400 to 500 crore valuation. Yeah. There is management, there is a technology, there is IPR, there is a trademark, there is a visibility, there is a market share, there is a, how many countries you are present, and how long you will stay, how long you have been staying, why people buy from you. Everything will add plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. Finally, the value will be given. And if you are extraordinarily brilliant, even if you make loss, they'll give you lots of money.
Yeah? What? CGT MSC. I'm not sure. Let me give some brief. I'm not sure about both the schemes which you are talking about. I just joined Karnataka Bank about 4 months back. but I can throw a little bit of light if you'd like to know something about Mudra scheme and CGTMSE. About that, my colleagues are there here, so we can give a clarification to you. Schematic lending as such, we just got into, you're talking to me something related to schematic lending, yeah.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Bakar. I'm from Recon Aqua Green Technologies. My talk is to Madam. See, what is the minimum profit required for listing of SME?
So recently, that's in December, SEBI has brought out some modifications in the eligibility criteria, under which there is a minimum EBITDA operating profit of 1 crore, which is required for 2 out of 3 preceding financial years. So out of the last 3 financial years, so currently we have 24-25 going, so 23-24, 22 and 21-22. So any 3 preceding financial years, out of that minimum 2 years, the company has to have a EBITDA operating profit, that's earnings before interest, depreciation, tax and amortization of 1 crore at least.
Yeah, next question, madam. Yes.
Namaste all. I'm from Bagalkot. Many of the MSMEs are innovative. During planning stage, during beginning stage, everybody will be having the project is good and all that, and we'll project report, everything will be done. But when projects commence for the first time, the factory or the unit may not work as we thought during sanctioning or during investing. So at that time, bank will have the umbrella wherein it will start surfacing and initiation will begin. And wherein we borrower at that time, first thing, we already had invested in the project. Second thing, we had mortgaged 100% collateral. And at this stage, innovative project, first thing it will be lacking expert. The one setting up a sugar industry is not a big thing, and setting up a jaggery industry at the higher scale is very tough, and we took it in hand and we have set up a first plant in India which is very innovative, 500 TCD plant with open pan technology, wherein entire process is like high grade stainless steel and nothing is added, nothing is extracted in the process.
Yes,
so,
madam.
So, but today we have mortgaged lifetime hard-earned money into it, and we have already paid 8 to 9 CR as an interest during construction. We started just before COVID. We started and we were mid of it. COVID began. We didn't know that COVID will start, and after that it was heavy flooded. But now bank has the umbrella, it started surfacing. And during that TEV study was done, while before initiating the surface heat, bank didn't even check whether what's going on with the project. Is it viable? What's going on? Where it is facing the problem? There is no hand-holding support from the bank side.
Yes, madam. I got your point. I think we can take one more question, but I'll answer you. Bank is there only to lend the money, recover the money with the principal and interest, because there are a lot of people who have put the money in the bank as a deposit. Just
Yes,
understand
sir.
what is the
Yes,
bank's
sir.
role.
Yes,
Bank
sir.
role is collect the deposit, lend the money, collect the money, and give it back to the deposit whenever he wants. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so bank is not here to understand the pain points. It is the pain points of the promoters. They will help as much as possible, not beyond that, number one. Number two, there's something called risk. Risk is taken by the promoters. You are a person who takes the risk, and risk is associated with the reward. If you are very, very successful, you'll have paid the bank loan already. Because you are somewhere you have gone means because of the calamities, because of the COVID, because of various things, my recommendation to you is sit with the bank, not necessarily the same bank, at other bank, tell your problems. The loans can be restructured. Loan can always be restructured. It can be all over again, you can start the banking relationship with some other bank who can understand you. And probably we need to take some equity partner because your stakes are high. The fact that you are saying that you already paid 6-7 crore of money, that means stakes are high. You need to take some equity partner and then get going with the business. Otherwise, every day, interest will not sleep.
Yes,
There's no weekend for interest.
But like us is a MSME unit. So the MSME department, like wherein you told MSME is a backbone of the country. When MSME is facing a short, like tweak technology problems.
Please collect my visiting card, madam. Please meet me. Let me see what best I can do from the government.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, understood. This is the pain point of every MSME. I can understand what she has. She has only told 5% of her pain. Only 5%. 95% is there. It will come out of her tears now if I ask more questions. So that is the MSME which we want to solve. And madam, we'll do what best we can do. Bagalkot is very close to our heart. Last question. Oh, time's up. Time's up, and they're all available. Collect their visiting cards and talk to them whenever you want. And wonderful panel members, a lot of education for me, a lot of things I understood myself. And thank you, Pankaj, thank you, Parvati madam, and thank you, Srinivas. Wonderful interaction with you. Thank you.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should give a big round of applause to all our dignitaries on stage. I think this session was not just very, very informative, but I think it really gave out a lot of valuable insights, and we really have to give a big round of applause to all the dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for an incredible session. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request everyone that at the plenary hall, the main function has already started, where we have the award ceremony followed by a dinner. Requesting everyone to kindly please proceed to the plenary hall. The function is going to begin at 6 p.m., which means we are already right there. So requesting everyone to please proceed.